It's to make sure things are going properly and just to get situated and ask every single possible question you can possibly ask prior to the start of the web workshop. Because once the workshop starts, we want to get all that worked out so that way we're not answering those questions while the workshop's happening. So that way, Ralph, raise your hand.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, so that Ralph can do the workshop, because it will be a lot of content and it will take the full 4 hours, and we want to make sure that we're not answering the questions we can answer now.
Basically, what he's trying to be nice and say is don't, and we're preaching to the choir here. People that show up right at the start and they're like, so what do I got to do? Set up. It's like, oh God, no, we're just going to keep moving because we had this whole hour for the setup.
So you sent an email? There was an email?
There was an email with instructions with the link that got me here?
Yeah.
I don't even like email.
No, I don't either. It's not that good.
That'd be a TikTok. Come on.
Yeah.
Yes. We needed TikTok instructions. Oh man, I can't imagine developing those.
Gotta include a dance though.
Oh, that pre-show banter was fantastic. Great job, everybody.
Yeah, that was great, guys. While we wrap that up, right? You guys got it going.
Useless engineer said the instructions weren't clear. Well, neither is your statement.
Well, dang it. I tried so hard.
Which part wasn't clear?
I did.
Also, if you take a look, if you have any questions about the setup or the VM or any of the labs, feel free to ask them in tech support. We added a new channel today. Ask the questions there, and we have people that are helping you in that channel. So we have volunteers such as the community leaders here. We got security, and there we got Steve.
Why? So Ralph, we have a number of people saying that whenever you extract it, it extracts it into 4 separate folders, and then you have to bring those folders together like Voltron.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I'm not exactly sure why the Voltron thing is happening, but it mainly has to do on Windows. I have the command line for the tar. You can actually just use, if you use a PowerShell and use a tar extract with a GZ on there, you'll get it as one file. If you do get the Voltron multiple folder, if you bring them all together and their powers combine, it will be all the files you need, and you could be good to go.
I'm going to blame 7-zip, or I'm going to blame Bill Gates. I'm going to blame Bill Gates on this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to share that PowerShell command.
Oh no, it's in the it is in the documentation and the setup. So when you look at
wait, hold on. So you're saying if they follow the directions, it works?
Well, I mean, everyone likes their own packet, or everyone likes their own, unzipper, right? Whatever it be, 7-zip, WinZip. We all bought WinZip, right?
That sounds dirty. But so as we're helping people out, follow the directions, and I think the directions are in slides. So, and we'll say this 1,000 times. It's the workshop.hackerops.dev. So you're in Discord, go to the left-hand slide, go to slides, and the instructions are there. Or you can just try to do it on your own. Like, that's cool too. Like, if you just want to guess what the labs are.
It's a build your own adventure,
Build your own adventure. So wait a minute, what point do I use Netcat for this is what they're going to ask.
We won't be talking about Netcat, weird.
God damn it, that's not true. We're going to make it happen. So, we're already at 875 people just hanging out. That's cool. So I'm hanging out in tech support. There we go.
And if you, for some reason, believe that GoToWebinar does not bring you joy, you can go to YouTube and watch this live on YouTube. So it's a YouTube channel. You can go there. Ryan posted the link again inside GoToWebinar. So if you need a link to the workshop,
it's for Discord,
slides, and Discord.
Ryan's pretty awesome that way.
Also, thank you so much for being here. If you've never used Discord before, we'll show you how to use it today. But if you have, then go ahead and post a GIF of where you're from in the world, such as maybe Deadpool. Maybe you're from Deadpool. But if you want to post a GIF that represents someplace that
where
you live.
You are.
I live in Maryland.
So crab cakes?
I would post a crab with a knife.
Crab cakes.
Crab knife? Yeah, there we go.
Mm.
This is the most Baltimore-like GIF there is in the whole world.
That pretty much sums it up. That's great.
I've been to Baltimore. He's not lying.
So let's say JDGC has a computer that he's throwing across the screen. I'm gonna guess Russia. And then we have Daft Hack. I was gonna say Florida before I even saw your name. I was like, that's Florida. SSL Demon's gonna be someplace on fire. I'm guessing Vancouver, maybe.
Someone posted sorry, so I'm guessing you're from Canada.
From Canada.
Oh, sorry.
It's pretty much, yeah, that's exactly it. It's a sorry moment.
I think we got somebody from Reno, Nevada Ace. There we go. Reno 911.
All right, this is fun for us. Thank you. But if you have serious questions, feel free to ask those in tech support. There are going over 3,000 people registered for today's workshop, and we're going to do the best we can to help answer every question that you possibly have. But we don't scale as well as the rest of the community. So during the webcast today, if you have questions about the content, go ahead and ask them inside the live chat. Once this barrage of gifts goes by, it won't be like this the entire time. And then if you have technical questions about the VM or labs, go ahead and ask those inside tech support, because that's where we can help you. Because you may be a very special use case of a certain kind of Linux box using this very special thing that this doesn't exactly work for you unless you hit a setting, and then normally it's just that one setting, then it fixes everything. And hello, Andrea, thanks for saying hello.
That's cool. We had somebody that posted a dumpster fire. Is that New Jersey?
Oh, right. That was, I don't know if that's just
that's cold.
Just the first thing that came to your mind.
The one driving through the cornfield must be Indiana?
It could be Nebraska.
Gotta be.
Nebraska. Yeah.
I think Taggart's from Los Angeles. This is Africa. We've got some people from Africa, the ex-Solar Wind intern. Some reason looking for a job if you're hiring. So now what's Gore? Like, where's, I'm gonna throw this to Bo. I got somebody who's posted Gore. Like, where would that be from? Hell?
Well, no, there's a planet, the Gore planet. I can't remember the name of it though. Hold on.
Looking that up. Oh, it's New Jersey. No, I'm joking. There we go.
Slides for C2 are not available.
Slides for 4, yeah, C2 are not.
They're not loading.
Let me
No,
see.
sir.
So we go to 4 C2 development. I've got them loaded. This is the most unhelpful instructor thing ever. Works for me.
Works for me.
Not a problem.
Works on my computer. I don't know. No, that's very.
There's
No,
always
what-
I always
thing
thought
that
Black Hills was
There we
really
go.
friendly.
So what I would
You steal
recommend,
my GoPro footage.
Ralph, is I'd recommend exporting them to HTML now and uploading them to Discord, because I have a feeling that tonight's gonna. I have a feeling that we might have some students, whenever they're hitting Cloudflare from certain parts of the world, the Cloudflare might be filtering them out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there might be
Yes,
a little bit of Cloudflare.
Yeah, the site is on Cloudflare, and it's probably getting hammered right now as you guys are all, trying to download and get stuff like that, which is kind of the point of Cloudflare. But yeah, there might be some other thing going on there that is preventing you guys from downloading it. But I will grab the HTML and we'll get it in a different part. So
Cool. And by the way, can we do a shout out for our nerd herders? The community leaders are just absolutely kicking ass on the tech support, which is just great.
Yep. Yeah, we could not do this without the support and the help of our community leaders, because they help us scale. Whenever 4,000 people register for something, you're like,
Yeah, I don't know of any other training organization in the world that's doing this, like with 4,000 to 5,000 people.
yeah, it's a lot of people.
So many.
It takes a lot of people to make it work too.
And you think that you've troubleshot, like you're like, everything works, it's great, but then you drop it into that many people, and it's like, so I'm trying to run this on Windows 3.1 and it doesn't work. I even tried it on my VAX and my Cray. This doesn't work on any of the computers in my house. It's
What
broke.
about the Commodore? Try it on the Commodore.
64. No shit, it works on that. Which I have had students do that. They're like, so I wanted to let you know I couldn't get it to work on Linux. I was using Slackware and it didn't run at all. It doesn't work on a Mac, on my Mac, because I've got a really old Mac, but it did work on my Windows computer. It's like, thanks. Level of obsessive compulsiveness. Can I get a resume? So that's what
Can you add that to the Wikipedia channel, please?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so I did try to download a slide 4 on the site, and it started to load, and I got the same error. So I'm going to re-upload it. I double-checked the PDF, and it is good. So let's check it out again.
Getting
I
a
like
user
this.
does not have access now for that PDF.
Just on
Oh
the
yeah,
fly.
no, it'll refresh. Just give it a second here.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
But what if all 4,000 people just want to access it now? Is that going to cause an issue?
I don't know.
Maybe. I
Maybe?
mean, Cloudflare should be able to handle that.
Oh no, they can. It's just it looks like, well, at least it looks like for me personally, whenever I try to load it in the browser, I get a error. But the other ones that I exported the same way are loading just fine. It could possibly be the I don't know.
No, it's working great for me. Ralph, there's not a problem.
There's not a problem. All right, it works
Not a
good for
problem.
John. Everything's
We're
fine,
We're
guys.
good to go. We're good to go. So yeah,
You
just
have to
export them as
download
HTML or even PDF.
But it won't load in the browser.
Where do you want me to drop them?
Just put them in the
Slides?
slides folder on Discord.
All right, I got it.
Rock on. Backups within backups.
We
It's
got
like a Russian
backups. On backups.
I'll drop them inside the GoToWebinar control panel too. So that way, anyone that's not using Discord today for whatever reason, you do you. But if you don't want to use Discord today, we'll put them inside the GoToWebinar control panel. So
Those slides are going in there now. Magic, magic, and magic. Ooh, a big thing. And maybe because it's big, it's like 34 megs. Maybe, there's a error in the matrix
yeah.
because of how big it is.
I don't even know if I can upload a 34 meg file too. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, a lot of things we're learning today.
We're testing things out today. I don't know. I maybe had too many pretty pictures in there and it really expanded out the size. I'm not exactly sure. There was no videos or anything, so too pretty.
Well, Marcello gave me a slide deck one time that was 100 megs. He's like, but I like GIFs.
Wow. PDF?
Yeah, because he had GIFs inside. And GIFs are so horrible when you're presenting.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like actually moving GIFs is so distracting.
I pre-recorded the whole thing. It's all on the slides, so we're just gonna watch that
Okay.
from the slide deck.
You do you.
Okay. It's not what we talked about in rehearsals.
But sure. Okay, whatever.
All right, I am dropping the slide deck inside GoToWebinar. All right, so all the slides have been dropped inside GoToWebinar. If you want to grab them there, you can. All right, so thank you all for being here. If you have any questions about tech support today, feel free to ask them in tech support. Pretty much everyone is just posting GIFs and memes inside live chat, which is fantastic. I'm going to do the sales thing for a second and just let you know that inside the Backdoors and Breaches Discord, we just put the link for Backdoors and Breaches. They're available again until we sell out. The expansion deck is available. The new version of the core deck is available. We went through and just revised it and updated it after playing it for 2 years. We said, do these tools still work? Does this still make sense? All these things. So we went through and revised the core deck. But if you get just the expansion deck, that's fine too. It still works with the old core deck. And we even give you these 2 new procedure cards that make those things go together. So if you're interested, I'm going to drop the link to that inside GoToWebinar. If you would like to get Backdoors and Breaches, and if you would like a personal demo with me to play Backdoors and Breaches with your organization, essentially it's a free tabletop exercise. You can always reach out to me on Discord or jason@blackhillsinfosec.com. Okay, that's it.
That was very well done.
So we're starting at 12, right, Jason?
Yes, the official workshop begins at 12. So if your labs are set up, if you feel comfortable, if everything is good and you're like, I have no questions, feel free to go get lunch, walk away, eat dinner. I don't know what time zone you're in. Maybe it's breakfast for you. And so whatever you want to do for the next 45 minutes, we're just here to help with any student questions that we have. So Ralph, actually, if you could hop into the tech support channel and maybe start talking about any of the questions that people are given.
Yeah, Jason, I was going to actually walk through setting up my side since I'm
Sure.
doing it all demo god style. So
Okay.
I guess we'll walk through my current setup for this, and it's a pretty vanilla Windows image, Windows 10. So
Do you want me to give you presenter control back?
yeah, I'm just going to share this, and we'll kind of walk through it.
Okay, then I'm gonna make you presenter.
I'm gonna
There we go.
walk through my documentation and see how bad it is. So
And
here we
I'm
go.
going to kill my camera to open up more space. And I think we should all do that if he's going to do a walkthrough. So I'm going to step out.
All right.
Reminder to everybody too, if at any time you can't hear us or see us, like if there's something happening with GoToWebinar, if you hit refresh in your browser, that fixes 9 out of 10 of your issues. The remaining one issue might be to use a different browser. So if you have any problems with GoToWebinar, but we do have a link to YouTube. So if you don't want to use GoToWebinar at all, you can follow a link to YouTube. It's in the chat channel right now. And so if you take a look inside GoToWebinar, you should be able to see the link to YouTube. If you don't, I'm going to drop it in one more time. And if you're like, yeah, thank you, because GoToWebinar is not my jam, then that's for you. All right, go ahead, Ralph, do your walkthrough.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm just going to be walking through doing the setup. If you're already set up and ready to go, that's great. If not, you can kind of watch along and just see some of the stuff I'm doing. I'm going to be using a default. This is Windows 10. It's fully updated, but there's really nothing installed. And we're going to use, in my particular case for the demo today, I'm going to be using Windows Subsystem for Linux. It's pretty simple to set up. If you're using a VM or you downloaded the VM, that's great. It's going to work just as good. There's a couple extra steps with Windows Subsystem for Linux, but we'll kind of walk through it and get going. A lot of this is in the documentation. So if you go under Setup and Ubuntu, I kind of gave you all the different options in here, and we're going to kind of focus on this bottom option, which is WSL-Hyper-V. So to get this, we need to turn on Hyper-V. Hyper-V is not turned on by default. For anyone who hasn't used Windows Subsystem for Linux, there's actually 2 versions, version 1, version 2. Version 1 is not quite as good as version 2, but version 2 requires virtualization because it actually uses Hyper-V. I'm going to be using version 1 today because my VM is actually in the cloud, go figure, and they don't support what they call nested virtualization. But for the labs and for what we're doing, version 1 or version 2 will work just fine. So yeah, let's go ahead and set it up. So we'll go down here, check the box for Windows Subsystem for Linux, turn that on, and hopefully it doesn't take too long. Oh, restart now. All right, cool. Let's restart. All right, so give this a second to come back up and we'll reconnect. Hold on one second. All right, so if you're following the guide, when it comes back up, we're going to go ahead and install Ubuntu after that using the store here. So let me bring back up the.
Hey, Ralph, they're saying GoToWebinar is off-centered. I don't, like the screen is off.
I think it's all good now. It was before.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's better. Thank you.
Yep. So it looks like it's still adding the features. This might take a second. Sorry for the delay. There's during the labs today, there's going to be a couple ones where I'm running something and it's going to take a minute to get the job done. In the labs and in the documentation, I kind of highlighted, hey, this is going to take a couple minutes because we're doing some stuff in the background. And for this particular example, it is going to take a second here, but looks like it's back up. So let's take a peek. All right. Great. Tons of awkward silence here. All right, cool. So I'm not gonna do this setup stuff on this default build. All right, so we should have Windows Subsystem for Linux now installed if the documentation that I wrote and the documentation that I found of Windows was right. So let's go to the store, the Microsoft Store. There's some other ways to do this, but this is just kind of the click fun way. And we'll search for Ubuntu. And I'm gonna grab 2004 LTS. And you should be able to click Get. And you don't have to sign in, say no thanks, just give me what I want. And hopefully this downloads pretty fast, considering it's a VM in the cloud, it should be very fast. 200, it's pretty fast. All right, so now we should have Ubuntu installed. If we go to launch, this might take a second, but not too long. Installing, this may take a few minutes. Great. See, this is
That cloud power.
Yeah, dude, the cloud power. So yeah, that cloud power is not helping me right now. A couple pauses here. Doing it live is sometimes a little like watching paint dry sometimes.
Start sending positive vibes to his cloud. That's what we need to do.
The cloud.
Yeah, and just so you know, this is not the class, folks. This is just setup time. We're working
Yes,
together.
exactly. Yeah.
Around,
Thanks, Sean.
do
Yeah,
the
so
setup,
this is
just doing his thing.
just walking through an example. I wanted to do it from kind of a base image in case you had a Windows setup that you were going to do, and this is what I'm going to be using in the lab. So I thought I'd start from kind of square one. I do have a backup in case anything goes wrong, but I actually already did this yesterday. So assuming that my cloud can go faster and we can get going. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into the next couple other things I need while this loads in the background, because we can kind of multitask here. So the next thing I need, assuming the Ubuntu comes up here and everything's fine, is we're going to install Ansible and Terraform, but we're also going to install Visual Studio Code. We're going to use that during the class. And so I'm going to go ahead and install Visual Studio Code on, on this Windows VM that we're going to use here. Now, to make this installation a little easier, I have in the documentation, there's the download link for Visual Studio Code. But you can also use something called Chocolatey, which is a package manager. Let me show that. So open up Edge here, which is just pretty much Chrome. And if you go to chocolatey/install, this is a package manager for Windows. Pretty cool way to get your install Windows packages. To install this, you can just copy and paste. I promise it's not malware. Open up PowerShell. Make sure you're running as administrator. So right click, say yes, and we will copy and paste that command. And this will install Chocolatey, which is, like I said, a Windows package management system. What that will allow us to do is type a very simple command to do the installation, which will be coco install VS Code, which I just put in there. And now that's going to go download everything we need for VS Code without having to necessarily go to the site. Now, if you're looking at the documentation, I do have the link to download Microsoft Visual Code, and it is available for all the OS flavors, Mac, Linux, and Windows. All right, well, cool, it's still loading, that's great. Demo gods, don't fail me now. Maybe I should have opted for the more powerful cloud instance. All right, so VS Code should be installed. You should be able to just type VS Code, Microsoft Visual Studio Code, sweet, and we will open it up. All right, so we're gonna be using VS Code for all the labs today. Should be installed. It's telling me that if do I want to install this, Yes. All right. So this is the extension for WSL. What this allows you to do is actually use VS Code to interact with Windows Subsystem for Linux kind of inside of VS Code, so you can kind of get that terminal without opening up a separate terminal, so on and so forth. And that is now installed, right? So it should install that by default if it sees Windows Subsystem for Linux on your system. If you're not using Windows Subsystem for Linux, you will need to install a couple other packages, and those are in the documentation under the setup for SSH. If you look over there, there is a couple extensions that we want. The biggest one we want is the remote development, and that's going to allow us to SSH into other systems. So how you would get that, you go to extensions here, and you type in remote right here, and then I think it's dev. Remote SSH would work, but install remote development package, right? This includes all the extensions. I can install it. It's not going to do anything or hurt anything by installing it also on this system. All right, cool. So Ubuntu is up. So now I'm just going to make a username for the class. I'm just using Vagrant and Vagrant. Username Vagrant, password Vagrant, and all right, cool. So set the password, and we've got an Ubuntu instance set up and running here. So that's cool and all, but let's use VS Code to actually interact with this. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. And now in VS Code, you'll see that there's a little icon in the bottom left here to open a remote window. If you don't see that icon, it's most likely because you either don't have the remote development tools installed, or you're not using, or you're not you don't have WSL installed, the remote WSL package. So down here, we're going to click this. And what we can do is, you can see we can actually connect to an SSH host configuration, but we can also do a new WSL window. So Windows Subsystem for Linux. This is going to open up a new session and connect us to our Ubuntu instance. It's going to unpack a couple features in VS Code to kind of help remember the state. We'll allow access for Node to talk to this. Come on. There we go. So on the bottom right here, it's letting me know that, and actually I could do, bottom right here, it's letting me know that currently we're on Windows Subsystem for Linux 1. We strongly recommend upgrading to 2. You can upgrade to 2. It most likely when you do that install, it will install 2, but I don't have the BIOS, or excuse me, nested virtualization support, so I can't do it. You don't need 2 for the labs though. All right, so now that we have that, we can actually go ahead and click the folder icon here. We'll open a folder, and I'm going to open up the home folder. Now this is the home folder inside of WSL. I'll say yes, I want to trust these authors. That's a new feature they added recently. And now we can see we have a couple of the files inside. Now, if you go up to the top, you'll see this terminal line, say new terminal. And now we have, make this bigger, we have a terminal for our Linux box, okay? Awesome. So we've pretty much made it through those couple things. Now, while we're still here and talking about extensions, let's install 2 more extensions. One, let's install Ansible. So just the one that says just Ansible, we'll click install, and it'll install that package. And then let's also install Terraform. And we'll use the primary Terraform package. We'll install it. All right. And that's going to do syntax highlighting for both Ansible and Terraform inside of VS Code. So we can rock that from there. Now, the last thing we're going to do is we are going to install Ansible and Terraform on our WSL box, or VM in your case. Now, if you downloaded the VM from my guide, I already installed Ansible and Terraform. It's already on there. If you didn't, or you're doing some other kind of interesting setup, that is, what do you call it? That documentation is in there to install Ansible and Terraform. But it's pretty simple with an Ubuntu instance. What we're going to do is we're going to run apt-get update and type in our password, which in this case is Vagrant. We'll install the software properties common. What this is going to allow us to do is add repositories. We're going to add the Ansible repository directly to this machine so that we pull hopefully the latest version of Ansible down. So we'll let this go here. I need more cores, need more power. Come on. All right, so just to let everyone know, this is not the class. This is just me doing some setup for the class. All this setup is in the documentation that I'm kind of following along here. So we did an apt-get update, so we can update all the repos. Let's add this software properties common. We'll go ahead and next command we'll run is we'll add the repository for Ansible. And again, if you can't or if you're thinking, wow, there's no way I'm going to be able to catch all these commands that he's pasting out here. Again, it's in the documentation at workshop.hackerops.dev.
And another thing, just so everyone's aware, is this is all being recorded. So you can literally go through it. Like if you want to come back later or you just want to listen and kind of watch what he does, you can go back and pause it and set it up. So you have the recording. You also have the step-by-step instruction guides, and you have the VM that you can download. So you have a lot of ways that you can do this. And usually with a lot of our classes, and this is no exception, there's more information than you can do just within that specific section. So you'll be able to continue to do this long after the session is over. So you can practice these skills as well.
All right, and so let's install Ansible. I just ran a command. Ansible-base is the one we want, and that will install the latest version of Ansible for our machine. That's pretty much it. To test, once this finishes here, which shouldn't take too long, we will run the Ansible command and make sure it's working. All right, so let's run Ansible and version, tech version. It should let us know the Ansible version we have. And so the Ansible version we have is 2.10.12. All right, so we got Ansible installed. Let's install one last thing, which is going to be Terraform. So again, I have the instructions for doing this in the guide, but this first command, we're going to do an apt-get upgrade again. We're going to install a couple other tools. Software common is software properties common again is already installed, so but it's fine to run this. We're also going to use curl to pull down the PGP or GPG keys, excuse me. All right, come on. All right, so let's run curl, and this will download the keys from HashiCorp for the releases. Let's add those keys right here to our repository. So we're doing an apt-add repository, and I'm passing in the release for our current release. And then last but surely not least, we will update apt again and install Terraform. So after we add the repository, we need to update apt, and then we'll install the package. So that's what we do here, apt-get update, and then we'll install Terraform. All right, so that should be it for
Hey, Ralph.
study. Yep, go ahead.
Quick question. You don't need to do these steps if you're using a Ubuntu image provided, correct?
That is correct. If you are using the Ubuntu image or you downloaded it, you will not need to do these steps. So there's three things that I added to that Ubuntu image. First of all, it's very base. It's just Ubuntu. I did update it and do all the other stuff a couple days ago. But the three things that I added Git to it. So Git's installed, Ansible is installed, and Terraform is installed in that VM. So you won't be needing to do these steps. But I am showing this for anyone else who goes through this process. And for the people who may have done this in the Windows WSL. So now Terraform is installed, should be installed. let's give it a shot. So we type Terraform here, we should get the output and we're good to go. So that is all I think that is required for the setup so far, besides the last one, which is getting a DigitalOcean account. So to do some of the labs, or to do a bunch of the labs, you're gonna need a DigitalOcean account. Now, if you don't have one, you can set one up, and there are a couple caveats I just want to let everyone know. First, you will need a credit card. This is to prevent spam. They will give you, I believe it's like $100 free for a new account, but they will make you put in a credit card to set up that account. And for the labs that we're going to use today, if you were to run through the labs and leave the VM that we have set up, even though I tell you how to destroy it afterwards, if you're to leave it running for the entire day, so the next 24 hours, it would cost less than $1. I think it's like 50 cents to run this. So yeah, pretty inexpensive. And we'll need that. But if you don't want to set up DigitalOcean, or you don't want to necessarily follow the labs, I will be demoing all of the labs live, so you can see all of that and all of the code that is going to be part of that. Which brings me to the when we get into the first lab, we'll clone the repo. But yeah, at this point, we're pretty much set up, and I just wanted to walk through that. So back to the banter.
So Joe said, "Wow, you should have led with that VM statement."
Sorry. Sorry. I know people are joining at different times too, so.
Yeah. Also, someone asked, can we use a Kali Linux? Can we use Kali Linux?
Can you use Kali Linux? Yes, you could use Kali Linux if you want.
One of those things where just use the VM that we're providing. Because you could use just about anything, but yeah, and a lot of the stuff will be transferable. And the idea isn't like we're building the environment that you're going to use for the rest of your life. The idea is you're going to learn these skills, and then you can transfer them as you need. I know some people don't feel cool unless they're using certain distributions, but it transfers. So
Why didn't you put this on BSD, Ralph?
I thought about it. I was going to write all documentation for BSD only, but I just felt like you might.
It was that Commodore 64, VAX, all of them.
Yes, yes. You're gonna have to build your own packages outside of the BSD system. So this is gonna be great.
So a big thanks to the community leaders who are helping in tech support right now. Thank you so much for answering all those questions. We really appreciate it. We are on Discord, and so if you want to ask questions inside live chat, if you're having trouble with Discord, that does happen every once in a while. Like if you logged out of Discord and you want to go back to it, now it's like not working. That's a Discord problem. It's a feature, it's not a bug. And so I think sometimes you have to like completely log out of everything. You might even have to uninstall Discord and install it again. And if you're having trouble finding your personal username and password, you may need to create another account. So that is a real thing as well. Discord isn't like, hey, you used this that one time 8 months ago and you're coming back for it. Yeah, like, not always great.
All right, nice.
So John, what have you been up to?
Right now, standing up honeypots. Just because that's what I do. But also kind of in the process of hiring, we need to find more pen testers. So I'm sitting on a whole bunch of resumes. If you're interested and you have skills, we need people who are seasoned pen testers who can hit the ground running. We get a lot of people that are like, I'm a hard worker and I'm willing to learn, and I love that, but we need people that can hit the ground running. If you're a pen tester and the stuff that Ralph's talking about is right up your alley and you do it and that's cool, then do me a favor, shoot us an email, jobs@blackhillsinfosec.com. Like I said, we're looking for seasoned red teamers right now is what we're looking for. So that's always hard because we're always big about making sure that we have the right mix of people and everyone jives with each other. And also we tend to lean towards people who wear red and black, apparently. Steve and I were outcasts. Just like we don't belong here. More Steve than me, actually.
Yeah.
Nobody called you Steve.
So John's talking about we're wearing these red team shirts and we do these, we call them drops collections of t-shirts, and it's because we only order a small amount of them because we're not sure how many people actually want to buy them. And so when they're gone, they're gone. And then, so the new summer collection's coming out in 2 weeks, and I'm super happy about it. It's very cool. But when those are gone, they're gone, and we don't really go back and order.
That's it. We might bring back the greatest hits at some point. Somebody said, do you get about a shirt with the job? Yes, as you can
we are
see.
getting a lot of questions about hiring out of the US as well.
Oh yeah, we're interested in people outside of the United States. Max, I mean, that doesn't seem to be that much of a problem. So
Max is like,
who? By the way, Max, what time is it for you? And we should do a shout out for him because
It's 5:40 p.m.
okay, so it's not that late yet, but we really appreciate that he comes and he hangs out. Are you, Jason? Did you just Febreze yourself?
no,
Air duster.
spray can
An air
duster.
duster?
I get a lot of cat hair up here, and it's terrible. So I had to.
So you make it fly around the
On a
room.
side note, I did do stand-up comedy last night for the first time in 2 years, and I killed it.
Man.
That's
Nice.
Did you
great.
Febreze yourself then?
That's great.
So I started off
That was
my set
Lysol.
by apologizing to the people I was standing next to, and I was like, "Hey, I just want to let you know I'm sorry if you smelled any farts. That was me because I get nervous, and that's what happened."
It's nervous flatulence.
Just,
No, I
that's
worked-
just me.
You
I worked
smelled
with
like you worked from home for the past 2 years.
I worked with a guy years ago, back when I started in security, who would just let it rip constantly in meetings, in casual conversations, and just let it go. And he would tell people, yeah, I've got some type of gastrointestinal issue. Sorry, that's just the way it is. But he did it all the time. And he would like come and hang out in my office for like an hour and just kind of like just sit there and like, dude, come on, man. And I didn't think it was a GI issue. I didn't think that it was. I just think he enjoyed the hell out of making people uncomfortable, which I have some respect for, by the way. You know, people who feel comfortable enough on the social, like just suck it up. Yeah, you guys feel that? Oh, it smells good.
Speaking of which,
How the hell
this
did I
is
get
not
that?
the workshop. The workshop begins in
No,
minutes. This is your time to end.
no, God, no! Don't judge us on this, please.
Pre-show
This is
banter.
pre-show
We've
banter.
got slides for all of this, or at least, excuse me, I do. I have slides for all of this stuff we're talking about, mostly farting and
It's all built in. It's like, well, that's a coincidence.
I like how this is Jake's first week at the job. He's like,
Yeah. Jake's like, oh, he knew what he was getting into. He knew. He knew. Yeah, he knew what he was getting into.
Had you ever watched one of these before you joined?
Lots
Max?
of them, yeah.
Or Jake? Jeez, both of you.
Yeah, I have. I've attended quite a
Yeah.
few of them.
Okay.
okay.
See, they know what we're getting into.
I think that was the first question, day one. Do you like webcasts?
Oh, that's right. I saw Deb's message to you. Like, hello, welcome. How do you feel about webcasts and blogs?
What?
Yeah.
What kind of mic do
The
you
second
own?
one stayed to join this webcast.
Oh, speaking of blogs, hey, John, you probably don't know this, but the blog that went out from Tokyo Neon
Yeah,
is
Daniel.
at like 4,000 page views.
It actually showed up on my Google News feed, which is a good
Me
sign.
too. Me too.
Yeah, that's great.
Google knows what you like.
It does. And I hate it. I actually do like it now. It's like Google's like learned all the things that I'm interested in. I just, swipe all the way to the left on my phone. It's like, here's all the news stories of stuff that you're interested in. It's like, oh, well,
We know
damn you,
like
Google. Damn you. Oh, I'll read these stories. Yeah.
God, I got to get rid of you, but I like you so much.
I can't quit you.
I can't.
Yeah, I just posted the link to the new blog post. It's how to fish for user passwords with PowerShell. And it's just really, really good.
So we've got a bunch of people that are saying red teamers are not pen testers. And I'd like to get everyone's opinion. I disagree with that. I think a red team is not a pen test, but I think it's very, very common for red teamers and pen testers to kind of use both roles. What do you all think?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of people like to say that pen testing isn't red teaming, but I think it fits part of the red team model, as in you're challenging assumptions and you're your testing controls and things like that. That's also part of red teaming. You're just missing the active defense and things like that. I think, like you said, they are a bit interchangeable, and you'll find that most red teamers do both, positions.
Yep.
Through their career.
And years ago, when we were trying to define what the universe was for pen testing, the thought was a pen test could be an application review, it could be breaking in a red team, and all of these would be smaller circles inside of this big tent called pen testing. Turns out it didn't work out that way. A lot of the industry defined a pen test as basically a vulnerability scan plus exploitation. And generally, that I don't like that, but that's kind of the way a lot of companies sell it. But generally, look at it as tiers, right? If you're a company, you start out with vulnerability assessments and try to clean up as much of the low-hanging fruit, move up to a pen test. And once you got everything kind of cleared up and you're feeling really good, move to a full red team. Don't just jump straight into a red team because it's going to end poorly for you. So look at it as levels that you step up to.
John, what are your thoughts on performing a purple team prior to the red team? I've had organizations want either the red team first or the purple team first, and it's just been kind of, well, what do you want? But what do you think is better?
So this is weird. We've actually done this back and forth with InGuardian, Secure Ideas, Red Siege, and TrustedSec, where we'll come in and we'll do a purple team, and then like Dave and his team will come in and do a red team, or vice versa. I don't think that there's a proper order for those things. Like we've done it both ways. Started with a red team, then moved into a purple team. So I think that they're both very valid. I actually feel like a purple team is far more valid than a standard quote unquote vulnerability scan / pen test, mainly because post-exploitation activities, we don't use like, just scan with Nessus and Nmap post-exploitation and then exploit systems. That's not the way an adversary works. That's not the way that we work. So a purple team helps emulate that a lot better. So honestly, don't care. As long as you get them both at some point, I think it's a good idea. But I honestly believe that most teams should have internal vulnerability management teams that are their purple teams. They should be purple teaming constantly. And that's what we do in our SOC. So whenever we go and we do SOC work for customers, we do a full adversarial emulation, and we're consistently doing that adversarial emulation to check us, because we know that SOCs fail. And when we started our SOC, we're like, hey, this SOC is going to fail. How about we find it before the bad guys do? So that was kind of our goal and objective in actually doing that. And it's harder than it sounds. Like there's a lot of work that goes into that adversarial emulation. And currently Dave and Max and a bunch of people are working very hard on trying to bring that stuff up.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's very important is that you actually see that there are some kind of logs being forwarded to wherever they need to go and being looked at. Because if you do red teaming and you realize halfway through that the defenders are not seeing any logs at all, then the red team is kind of sort of wasted.
Yeah, absolutely right. And to kind of build on that, this entire class that Ralph's talking about, it really exists because some organizations are getting very good at detecting and reacting to attacks, and setting up your infrastructure and setting up ops is becoming more and more important. I would say it's even more important than like knowing exploit dev or anything like that, basically being able to set up your infrastructure, because what we're trying to create here, right, like with infrastructure and setting up operations, is what the bad actors and the bad individuals do through a botnet or taking over websites in various parts around the world, and they're using those as their staging areas to attack other organizations. So we've got to find ways that we can kind of mimic that without actually breaking the law. And for the record, like years ago, back when I was still pen testing and not just doing PowerPoint slides constantly, we did have customers that are like, hey, we want you to do a DOS attack and a pen test through your botnet. I'm like, I don't have a botnet. And they're like, what type of self-respecting hacker doesn't have a botnet? I'm like, the kind that doesn't like to go to jail. So
yeah, John, no, you're absolutely right. That's really what this came from, and like the reason I dove down this route. I actually don't want to be in DevOps, but at the same time, I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again and like fighting like the infrastructure and fighting the setup. And also what I found is that like when I started trying to just make it easier on myself, I found that not only could I make it easier, but I could also find ways to implement TTPs. I could use those and that infrastructure to do things that made it better than before, right? Not just, it made it better than doing it manually. In addition, I could add features and twist that were just too time consuming to do on a normal engagement. So those were a lot of the, the really reasons that this came from. So.
I think the time-consuming part is the main factor for me, because we're on an advanced engagement and we have a detection in place that burns, your TTP, your payload, your C2, your dropper site, and all that. And a nation-state actor might have a team that can re-roll that in seconds, or already have other infrastructure in place. But being able to do this and re-roll your infrastructure in a matter of minutes is very important on an engagement when you're trying to outpace the SOC or outpace the blue team.
And Steve, I think that that's an important point too. I think that there's a fundamental difference between what you see adversaries doing, like real, actual bad people, and red teams. Like if you look at adversaries, there's a lot of failure. If you read like a Mandiant report or a Verizon report, it doesn't read that way. If they write about what these techniques that are used by the attacker, because they basically take that chain and they're like, here's all the techniques they used on this specific attack. You're not seeing all the failure. Like you're not seeing the 4 or 5 failed spearfishes that they went through before they actually got success. And that's difficult for red teams because we're very time bound, where, we maybe will do 2 or 3. We won't be able to fail over the course of 6 months with the dozen plus failed fishes before we gain access. So there's definitely these divergent points. Other ones like domain fronting. I don't see a lot of adversaries using domain fronting. They just don't, because they can use real hacked, compromised third-party websites. We have to use it all the time to try to emulate that. And sometimes I feel like the industry is getting really good at detecting red teamers, and they're kind of missing the plot on what actual attackers are doing.
Yeah, it is kind of funny though. You're right, because we start developing stuff to make our job successful, but real attackers are like, oh no, we just compromise these really, vulnerable web servers and take this other device and use that. Like they're like, we would never even dare do this, right? Like I don't want to give AWS a credit card. I don't have to. I can hack this company and use them. So yeah, right. I mean, it's kind of wild that we may be kind of making that detection, but as when we're doing these red teams, we're just trying to be successful. So we're looking at how we can do that without breaking any laws. So.
Well, and like this is an example that Bo and I were having earlier this week. Whenever we do password sprays on the inside of the network, we do it a lot faster than an adversary would. Once again, that's because of time restrictions. And a lot of the UEBA solutions out there, they're designed to detect X number of failed password attempts from a workstation within an hour, right? And a real attacker will basically say, you know what? I'm going to try 1 failed login attempt every 30 minutes, and it's going to fly underneath that UEBA solution to try to detect. So there's definitely these discrepancies that exist. And I think as long as we're honest and we talk about these and customers know it, the red teamers know it, I think we're fine, right? But if people start truly thinking that a red team is going to completely emulate what an actual adversary is going to do, there are going to be some differences that we just cannot do. Like I can't do SIM cloning. Right? Like if I know that the CEO's phone number is X and I know he's with Verizon, I can try to clone his SIM on his phone through social engineering, but I'm not, because that's his personal phone, where a real adversary would be willing to do those things. So there's definitely these differences.
Or like the Iran train station hack where they put the Ayatollah's phone number on the help board. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. And I was like, that's awesome. I think.
I don't know if they did that strictly for the troll effect or.
It had to be for the lulz. It had to.
Just do it for the lulz, guys.
All right, so a couple things. We have 6 minutes until the workshop begins. Thank you so much for being here today. If this is your first time on a Black Hills Information Security webcast or workshop, please let us know. It's always nice to meet and say hi to new people. If this is your 4th, 5th, 127th time, we do these almost every single week, and so please, you'll get emails in the future. We don't send emails about services. We don't send emails about anything except our upcoming webcast, because we know if we do, you'll unsubscribe. And why would you? That would be terrible.
We don't like that. Why would marketing teams do that, Jason? That just seems insane.
We don't have a marketing team at
I bet you they have like KPIs and metrics, and they're looking at ROI.
Yeah, we don't have a marketing team here. We have a content community team, because that makes sense. Also, if you are a person who is a pen tester looking for a new pen tester job, please send a email to jobs@blackhillsinfosec.com, because we're looking for new seasoned pen testers who can hit the job hit the ground running.
Hit the job running.
Hit the job running.
If you're
Also,
looking for a different job, I do a live stream twice a week, Tuesday nights and Friday afternoons, where I help people find jobs, and we're up to 117, which is awesome.
People helping people.
Also, another quick note, if you're looking to get out and if you like this and you want to see what it's like in a conference setting, we have Wild West Hacking Fest Deadwood coming up at the end of September in Deadwood, South Dakota. Now, I know it's not Vegas, but it's awesome. So you got to come out. We got free steak dinner. We're probably going to get a mechanical bull. We do music, all kinds of things. You got to come. So check out Wild West Hacking Fest Deadwood. Look at the speaker lineup. It's pretty ridiculous. So
That is September like 22nd.
it's the
23rd,
training's the
something like that.
21st to the 22nd, and then the actual conference is 22nd through the 24th. So
I'm excited about the
Links.
bull. Yeah, that'll be fun.
you're excited about what?
We're getting a live bull this time, right?
Yeah, I've got a bull. I've got like 4 bulls. If you want to do it for real, we can try it. But I'm going to tell you, they're going to stomp your ass and kill you.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was one of those empty promises there.
Yeah, I don't know. I was at a rodeo and like one of the guys came out, cowboys came out, and he had like full flak jacket and a helmet, and the guy next to me was like, "That guy's just a pansy." I'm like, are you kidding me? No, that's the minimum I would go in with a bull. So,
All right, Ralph, you got 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right, I'm gonna bathroom break. 3 minutes.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Grab your
Excited about
bathroom
this.
break.
All right,
I have a
for all
legit
the-
bull, Lightman. Yes, I have cattle. See, and this pisses me off. So Jeff Bezos comes out of his phallic rocket ship, right? And he's wearing cowboy boots and a cowboy hat. And I feel like that jackass has ruined cowboy hats for the rest of us that actually do have cattle. So I'm afraid to show up to a conference wearing a cowboy hat because there's a Jeff Bezos wannabe. Why is it every time, every webcast, we have someone that's, it's Ryan that pushes the final countdown GIF? That would explain a lot.
Yeah,
That would explain a
it's me.
hell of a lot. Because I literally know that video, and it's just do-do-do-do. Like, yes.
Oh, that's a GIF of Ralph himself riding a bull.
That is a GIF of Ralph riding a bull poorly.
From Selecna in the Discord chat.
All right,
Awesome.
so everybody, we're going to start in 2 minutes. This is the 2-minute warning. What's going to happen is the workshop's going to begin. We're going to have a 10-minute break at the top of every hour. And so if you need a 10-minute mental health break, because it's going to be a lot of information coming at your way, we'll do 10 minutes at that time. That's when John and I will come back on. We will talk about nothing that pertains to the material, because that way you can feel like you can actually walk away and do something else for those 10 minutes instead of sticking around and hearing all the answers that might be answered. This is my cat. So in 2 minutes, we're going to get started, and at the top of every hour, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And it's going to be a 4-hour workshop today. If you need to leave at any time, you do not need to let us know. This is being recorded, and so you can, I put in the instructions, if you can't make it today, please
That's
don't let
okay.
me know. And I
But
got,
tell me
a lot,
hand
I got a lot of emails.
Like my
Reply
intro to
all.
my intro to SOC core skills class, I get like 55 emails. Just want to let you know, I want to apologize. I'm not going to be there. It's like, yeah, we've got 5,000 people registered. It's like, hey, Bill 1234, where were you?
Yeah.
You don't want to know how many times that happened when I was in the DoD. People would like send some email and they accidentally would BCC everyone, like all of a command, and then somebody would say, please make this stop, and they would keep doing it, and they would multiple times they crashed the email server. Exchange broke.
Yeah, I was one of those guys that would respond back, hey, everyone, please don't respond all. And then somebody else would do it and be like, oh, seriously, stop. And then another person, John, you're doing it. I'm just doing it because I'm telling people to stop. Yeah, it was great.
All right, so you can ask questions inside GoToWebinar if you want to, but if you want to get them answered quicker, please ask them in Discord. But if you can only use GoToWebinar because your company won't let you use Discord, or you can't log into Discord, because I'm working with someone right now who's having a heck of a time trying to log into Discord, and I apologize that Discord is being unhelpful. All right, everybody, that is 12 o'clock Eastern time. It is time for all of us who will be speaking
Let's do
to
it.
turn our cameras and our
Kick.
microphones to leave Ralph all by himself.
Oh,
Kick Kick the
If at any
tires
time
and
we
light
see a
the
question,
fires.
if we see a question that we think Ralph should answer immediately, because a lot of people are asking it all at once, we'll do that. If you have a problem seeing the video or hearing the audio at any time, you can just hit refresh inside your browser. That normally fixes GoToWebinar. But if you hate GoToWebinar, then there's a link to YouTube where you can just go ahead and watch on YouTube Live the entire session. And so at the end of this, the YouTube Live link will become the recording for today's session. So if you're like, hey, I missed it, well, just go watch the recording and it will be available. So you, at no time over the next 4 hours, you need to ask the question, will this be recorded? It will be recorded. Thank you very much. And it's all yours, Ralph. Good luck.
All right, cool. Can you see my slides? Everything good?
Everything looks good. Thanks, Ralph.
All right, awesome. Just want to double check. All right, well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for showing up to this 4-hour webcast on DevOps for hackers, right? This has kind of been a long time in the making, and a lot of work kind of went into this, but you know, it really started a long time ago, multiple years of just doing the same stuff over again, and kind of headed that direction. So yeah, let's kind of dive in, and we will you know, hopefully learn something today. So who am I? So I've done a bunch of talks, and a lot of times I put, you know, hey, I do this, or I work here, and you know, I've got this certification and stuff. So I thought I'd switch it up this time, and you know, because we kind of say who we are as somebody in tech, right? So somebody who you know, has done these certain accolades, but we all wear a lot of hats. And so the first picture is me and my wife, and I'm pretty positive Jason will know where this is. This is at Zion National Park, and that is the top of Eagles Landing. Very fun. Me and my wife hiked that. It was awesome. So my first who am I is I am a husband. My second picture is me and my dog. My dog's name is Grizzly. He's a German Shepherd. And so I'm also a dog father. And lastly, but certainly not least, me and my son Ryder. And so I'm a dad. And I guess I just wanted to, you know, do a little different who am I. But if you also want to know, I work at Black Hills. So, all right, guys. So what to expect? We are going to be doing some labs, and truth be told, this is kind of lab heavy. And I do that on purpose. I don't want to just give you tons and tons of theory about a lot of stuff. I kind of want to show you how it works, or make it happen. Show you the magic as opposed to just showing you all the nuances. A lot of times when you're learning something new, the nuances actually become important, but sometimes it's hard to appreciate them until you have something to get to, like a goal, right? So that's what these labs are here for, and I'm kind of going to take you on this path. And there might be some stuff that you feel like you don't understand. You could come back to that, but you know, I want these labs to bring you there and to, you know, get this to this destination. I'm going to try to keep it simple, so I'm not going to go into all the nuances of other stuff, but you know, feel free to ask questions. And in addition, I am going to provide some ways to find possibly the information you're looking for. I will be demoing all of the labs today. So if for whatever reason you don't want to do the labs because you just don't like them, or you don't want to get a DigitalOcean account, whatever it may be, you can watch me do the labs and watch me go through each piece. And again, like I said, this is lab, so it's hands-on. Try to do the labs, you know, see how much, you know, work I need to do at making better labs or breaking them. And so we're going to do a lot of hands-on stuff today. I put this picture of Bruce Lee, and if you didn't know, he kind of created his own style of martial arts, and I kind of feel like this is my style of teaching. With that said, here's the agenda for the next 4 hours, which super excited you guys are all here for 4 hours, kind of a long bit of training. First, we're going to talk about Terraform today, and we're going to do an overview of how to use Terraform, some of the features, and we'll get like a good test case of what you would use Terraform for. And that's going to be in our lab, where we're going to provision an Ubuntu VM, and we're going to use DigitalOcean to do that. Excuse me. The next section, so hour 2, we're going to talk about Ansible. And we are going to go over an overview of Ansible, kind of how to use it, the configuration, some other things around that. And then we're also going to configure our OS that we deployed to DigitalOcean with Ansible. So we'll install a couple tools, we'll make an Ansible role, and we'll kind of walk through some of that. In the third hour, we're going to talk about Docker. And we are going to talk about how to use Docker build, Docker compose, how to build your own Docker image. And then we're going to take that and we're going to build a Docker Kali container, play around with some interesting nuances with what you can do there. And we will, again, make a Docker compose of that Kali image so you can kind of take that and use it for later. It's kind of interesting. Last, we're going to slightly switch gears and we're going to get into C2 and we're going to set up Mythic C2. And we're going to use Ansible and Terraform to make that all happen. And in that lab, we're going to use Ansible to deploy the Mythic C2 onto our already deployed VM in DigitalOcean. And we'll get into kind of how that's set up and how Mythic works. Last but surely not least in that lab, we will also quickly deploy a Windows or make a payload for Windows and show you a beacon callback, right? So that's the agenda for today and what we're going to be covering. All right. So I'm just going to let you guys know you're going to see this slide a bunch of times, but this is about infrastructure as code, okay? And so if we look at this picture, we have a bunch of different products in here. And if you look at the very far left bottom corner, we have this first one, Packer. And this helps us develop images, right? So from templating from scratch, this is from an ISO. In fact, the VM that you guys are using today for the labs, I used Packer to build that VM so that I could make a very fresh VM that had, you know, the same things installed over and over again. As we move over, we move into the next one, which is managing infrastructure. And there's two products in there that can kind of do this. And there's Terraform and Vagrant. Those two products are good at managing infrastructure. And today we're going to talk about Terraform, which I think is really good at managing infrastructure, especially anything with an API. Now, if we look up a little bit more up the stack for managing infrastructure, we see we have some other products too: SaltStack, Ansible, Puppet, and Chef. Now, those products can also manage infrastructure, and they do it in different ways. Like you can actually use Ansible to spin up a DigitalOcean instance, but we'll kind of talk about the differences and why it's not that great for this. But in general, Terraform is my preferred and probably the best right now product for just spinning up cloud resources anytime you want to deal with a cloud resource. As we move down a little bit further, you can see there's a couple other things, CF Engine and Cloud Init, and those are in the bottom, but looking up, you can see Ansible deals. And the big thing we're talking about here is installing applications and then managing those post-install. So just making sure a system has some kind of consistency. Now, we are going to be using Ansible for our post-install. So the way it's going to work in our labs today is we're going to use Terraform to deploy anything with an API and Ansible to configure any operating system. So there's a lot of different products in here that do different things, and we're going to be focusing on two of them today. And they do all kind of have different approaches on how they work through these. So infrastructure as code. Why would we want to do this? The first reason is speed. Okay, we can go a lot faster. Now, I've had multiple debates with friends and colleagues about, hey, I can do it faster manually. I know how to do this really well. I've done it 400 times. But the thing is that once you write something in Terraform and Ansible, now I can definitely go faster every time, and I can get more of the next thing, which is consistency. Now, human error is just that. When we manually set up stuff sometimes, they're more prone for human error. With our code, we can hopefully make something that we get the same result every time. In addition, we can add different things in there that would be a little bit more complex to create the same kind of consistency. And last is documentation. Because it's code, we have, I did this. Now, as long as you can read that code, you can say, or you will know what is going on. So documentation becomes easier instead of writing pictures and all this other stuff that breaks down. So let's talk about the first product today, which is Terraform. All right, why Terraform? First and foremost, it's probably the leader in infrastructure as code. It's definitely probably the most adopted. I don't have any like numbers on that, but you'll see why when we kind of go through this. It's free and open source, so that's probably one of the bigger reasons why a lot of people are using it. It's pretty easy to write as well. It's a very active project, so it's currently in development, and that's something else that we want in any kind of project that we're dealing with. Some of the other projects, or some of the other infrastructure as code projects, they're not as active as Terraform is. Terraform has tons of providers, so it really works with all the clouds, and even clouds or other things that you wouldn't even think about or probably don't really have a great use case for. It's a client only, so it doesn't require me to set up a server or complicated infrastructure to kind of use Terraform, the chicken and egg problem where I got to do this, do that just to use this, right? It's nice to have a web interface, and I'm not trying to knock down the server client architecture, but it is nice to just jump on a command line and run things over and over again. It's also now feature complete in 1.0. There was some changes that had happened over the last couple of years that maybe kind of broke some of the HCL, which is, we'll talk about this in a minute, the HashiCorp configuration language. All right, so what is Terraform? It's an open source orchestration tool. It helps us do infrastructure as code, and it's actually written in Go, and that is makes it very cross-compiled. So it will run on Linux, Mac, Windows natively, which is great. It uses the HashiCorp configuration language, which is HCL for short, and this is kind of their take on a configuration language for defining infrastructure. Once you kind of get a hold of it, it's not too bad. There are some examples where you're trying to do more conditional things and it gets difficult, but for the most part, it's not too bad to write in. Again, this product is made by HashiCorp. They make some other products as well. And the big thing with Terraform that I want to talk about is that it is there's a state file and that it's declarative. What's a state file? So when you deploy infrastructure with Terraform, it will remember what happened. So it pretty much it takes down all the state of what had happened with Terraform, and then saves that to a state file. So when you run it again, it kind of does checks to see did something change in the cloud versus what I last saw when I ran this command. It's also declarative. So you say what you want and you get that thing. It doesn't give you a whole lot of room for if-thens, but that's great with APIs, which is what we're going to be using. So I can just say I want this VM, I want it to have this, this, and this, and set it up. Now, if I want to remove some feature from a VM, I can also tell it that, and it will look and take that feature. But that said, that makes it really bad when we want to configure operating systems that depend on some kind of interaction, right? Sometimes a service is still starting, waiting for input to come back. Terraform is horrible at that. It just sends out commands to APIs, wait for the API to say good to go, and it lets you know that. So it doesn't work great with OSs, but anything with an API, which is all the cloud resources, it works really well. All right, so here's a quick diagram of how Terraform is kind of structured and what we're going to be dealing with. So we have a state file, which I talked about up in the top there, and that's going to be made when we actually deploy some resources to the clouds. You can see there's a bunch of different ones on the screen there. We also have a Terraform, like a TFRs file. So this should be all the variables we may need to deploy our infrastructure. In our lab today, we're only going to be using one variable, but you could add as many as you want and get fun with it. There is a provider TF. This is going to define the providers, which means simply put, the clouds that we're going to be using for this deployment. And then last, we have the instances, or your main TF, which is going to be the resources that we're going to be deploying. So what are Terraform providers? So this is kind of a quick diagram of how Terraform providers work. So you have the Terraform core uses RPC connection to talk to providers. Again, like I said, providers are like plugins for the HCL Terraform's code, the HCL, to talk to a API in the cloud. That way you can build a new provider for any new cloud that comes along or any new service or anything that you want. So that you kind of have this build your own future kind of thing. And so when you run Terraform, it will go grab the providers that it needs and to run to communicate to the APIs. And that's kind of showing that in this diagram where the plugin is going to talk to the client library, use HTTPS to communicate to the APIs. All right, let's get into our first demo. So let me switch screens real quick.
Reminder, everybody, if your video stops working or audio stops working at any time when we're switching back and forth, then please refresh your browser.
All right, so you guys should be seeing the Terraform registry. So what I have pulled up here is the Terraform registry for DigitalOcean, and that's what we're going to be using today. There's a bunch of reasons we're using it, but simply put, it's pretty simple. It's easy to set up and it's not very expensive. So that's why we're going to be using it today. Some of the other cloud providers, which I won't be talking about today, like AWS, Azure, and some of those other ones, they do require a bit more configuration to set up. And I wanted to keep it simple for you guys. Now, why would we go to this page? All right, so what this is going to help us do is use this provider. So in this case, we want to deploy something to DigitalOcean. If you have no idea how to deploy something to DigitalOcean, this is where I would go, to the providers doc about DigitalOcean. So this is providers, DigitalOcean, DigitalOcean. And you can see they even give you like this little example usage here. And what we're doing is we're defining the required provider. We're saying, hey, we want to use DigitalOcean. We're defining a source. We also are defining a version, what version of the source. Sometimes there's differences in the versions and that can cause issues. And then down here, you can see in the example, they define some variables. Now, one variable that's required to use this is a token. So we're going to need a API key. If you follow the guide that I have in the setup, there was a part to setting up an API key. Very simple. You just make a name for it. Now, if you look, that's the provider. So that's what we want to communicate with. But what we most likely want to do is deploy resources. So if you click over here on the left, you can see all the different kinds of resources that you can deploy. Today, we're going to be dealing with droplets, okay? We are also going to be dealing with firewalls. And I think those are the two. Oh, and then there's one other one, which is the SSL key. So we're going to be dealing with 3 of them today. The big one is going to be the droplet. And you can see in the example here that there is an example droplet. We have we call that resource by just saying resource. The DigitalOcean droplet, that's a name the provider knows. And then we define what name we want to call this resource, which is web. And that's something you could make up. It could be anything you want, you know, my cool droplet. And then we define some of the things about the droplet, like, hey, what image do we want to use? What do we want to call this name in DigitalOcean? What region do we want to deploy this to? And what size would we like to use? And there, if you look down though, what if there's something not in this example that you want? Well, we have all the argument references. And there might be something else, like you might want to resize the disk. We might want to define an SSH key, and we're going to do those. So this is where you're going to go to find out how to interact with a resource like DigitalOcean. Now, there are self-made providers, and there are providers made by HashiCorp, or we call it like community-made providers and ones made by HashiCorp. But I'd recommend using the ones made by HashiCorp for all of the big services. You can see there's not too many over here. We got container registry, some other things. We're not going to dive into all of that, but I just wanted to show you guys all of the references for building something like a DigitalOcean instance. Also, at the very bottom, there is this thing called attributes to be exported. So when you deploy a DigitalOcean for a droplet, for example, when you call this resource, these values will possibly be exported, and we will use one of those values. The one that we're going to use is the IPv4 address. So what it will do is when the Docker, or when the when the DigitalOcean instance is deployed, the droplet, we will get the IP address back. So, all right, let's move back over to the slides.
Hey, Ralph.
Yep.
Can the lab be done without DigitalOcean, only with local resources?
So the lab really is designed to work with the cloud because that's kind of what we're dealing with, right? There are a bunch of things in there that you can do, but the documentation was not designed for that. It was not written to do without DigitalOcean. Does that make sense? But there are a bunch of things in there that that you could easily run without DigitalOcean. I will get to a couple of those, and in fact, I'll call them out. I'll be like, hey, if you just have a Ubuntu instance, you can just run this command as well. So, all right. All right, so let's talk about how we would build these files real quick. So we have this variables.tf file. This is where we're going to define a variable. So we have this variable and then a variable name. Inside the curly brackets, we define a couple things, a description. So this would be whatever you want to call the variable. We just define a type. So it could be a string, a nit, there's a couple other ones. And then also we could set a default value. What would you want the value to be if I don't define that? So that's a very simple example of a variable. And we will use one of these in our lab. Next, we have the provider, which we kind of talked about. So I have this inside the provider TF, we'll open up the curly brackets saying Terraform, and then we'll define some required providers. In this example, this one has AWS in it. It doesn't matter, you could put DigitalOcean, this is just an example. And I have source where it is, HashiCorp AWS, the version we'd like to use, and then we close out those brackets. This next required version piece, required version is for Terraform, and then we have the two things that are required for this provider, AWS, a profile and a region. So the profile would pull the API keys. In the main TF, we might have something like this where we just define a resource, AWS instance. So that's a type of resource for the provider. And then we give it a name, app server. And then we give it some of the attributes that we might need to define. One of them may be an AWS's instance, an AMI, which is the image you want to use, and then an instance type, which would be like the size you want to use, and then possibly adding a tag, which we will do tags in DigitalOcean as well. So after we've created those files, so we have this provider, we have a variable, and then we have some resources in the main.tf. We need to run it or deploy it. So the way we'll do that is pretty much this Terraform development lifecycle, which is you're going to init, which is going to initialize the working directory and all the configuration files. Then we're going to run so the way it would work, you type Terraform init, Terraform plan. That's going to create an execution plan to reach the state that we have defined in the files. And then once that, if that comes back as good, meaning we didn't have any errors, then we'll do Terraform apply, and that will actually apply that state, what we say we want to do to whatever those resources are. And then last, when you're done with that resource in Terraform, you would type Terraform destroy to delete all of the infrastructure or resources that are defined in those same files. All right, so this is kind of a quick walkthrough of that. So we type Terraform init, and it's going to go and grab the plugins that we need. In our case, it'll be the HashiCorp local plugin, DigitalOcean plugin, and it'll say, hey, been successfully initialized. We'll do Terraform plan. This is going to prompt you for your DigitalOcean API key. Don't give this out. This will allow anyone to use your DigitalOcean account. And then it'll refresh the state. And then last, we'll do apply, and it will apply the configuration. All right, let's talk about this lab real quick. So the lab will be using Terraform, and we're going to use Terraform to communicate to the API on DigitalOcean. And then we are going to Terraform, after the droplet is built, Terraform will actually SSH into the droplet to run a provisioner and run like a one-time command. It'll only run this once though. And you can see in the diagram where we will be deploying pretty much two resources, a droplet and a firewall. All right, DigitalOcean. So if you haven't set this up, I'm going to switch over screens here. All right, this is my totally new DigitalOcean account. If you haven't set this up, this is the screen you should be seeing. We have some droplets that you could deploy. Now, we're going to be doing this from the command line, but you could create a droplet here. And when you create a droplet, it's going to ask you some questions that we are going to configure out. So, what OS you want, what size, so on and so forth, what region do you want to deploy it in? And the one big thing is SSH key, which we're going to automatically upload. But that's that. One thing we're going to need over here is this API key, which I've already created one for this. So you would go create a new token and spit out an API key. That's pretty much DigitalOcean. There's some other stuff in here too, but mainly we're just going to be dealing with droplets today.
Hey, Ralph.
Yep.
Could you use a different cloud provider like Azure?
Yeah, you definitely could. Now, you're going to need to build different Terraform configuration files and stuff. The labs that I have is just for DigitalOcean, but yes, absolutely. You can use pretty much any cloud provider or every cloud provider. There's a Terraform provider for it. It's a very large library. So,
thank you.
All right, so let's get into these labs. So the first lab today, we're going to deploy an Ubuntu virtual machine to DigitalOcean, and it's going to include a couple things. So we need an SSH key. It's a hard requirement for deploying a droplet onto DigitalOcean. We're also going to add a tag to the droplet, so a little bit of organization. We're going to utilize the SSH provisioner to add a user once on the system. We're also going to use a droplet firewall rule so that we have a firewall set up, and we're going to, last but not least, output the droplet IP address. This starts at lab 1 in the documentation that's online. So if you go to workshop.hackerops.dev under lab 1, that's where we are going to be starting. So let's get going. All right. All right, so we are back at the Visual Studio Code for everyone who wants to follow along. And by the way, this will be recorded. So if you're having a hard time keeping up, don't worry, it will be recorded. But for those who are following along, I have a Visual Studio Code instance here. It is running with WSL, and it's pretty much set up default. The only things I've done is installed Ansible, Terraform, and Git, which
Ralph, are you able to zoom in?
Yeah, we can try to here. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. So I'm gonna install Git real quick, or at least make sure if I know how to do sudo there. For the VM that you downloaded, the password VM or Vagrant, so that is it's already installed, which is good. All right, so let's get to the first piece. So let's clone the repo. This is going to be the DevOps Git clone for the DevOps for Hacker repo. Yeah. Be advised, there probably will be some typos going on here. I will do my best. All right, so we got the repo. It is installed, or it is downloaded. Now let's do the first thing we need to do is we're going to build a SSH key. So at the in the home directory, let's type in SSH keygen, and let's zoom this over here so you guys can see the whole thing. I'm going to call this DevOps, and I'm going to leave an empty passphrase, and now we got a key. If you look back over here on the side, you can see this DevOps key is in the Explorer, and so we have that in place. Now let's build the couple files we're going to need. So I'm going to mainly use VS Code to make these files as opposed to using the terminal. So drop your nym and put down, or drop your vim and put down nano. This there's going to be some files that got downloaded. These are the completed files. These are there so that you have a completed version in case you get lost or something doesn't work, you can reference those. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to make our files inside of the lab1 folder. So I'm going to go to new file, which I'll probably have to drag it in there. Oops. After I make it, let's give it a name. All right, we'll name this provider.tf. I'm going to drag this, make sure it's in it is in the lab1 folder. We're good. And I have a on the site here, I have the code to copy for the provider file and the documentation. So we'll copy that over. You can see that we're just using the DigitalOcean. We're giving it a source. I'm also using the local provider. So if I interact with local files, and then I'm defining one variable right here, this token, which is var.token. That's how we define a variable here. So we want to make sure we save that. If there's a little dot there, that means it hasn't been saved. We'll make the next file, which is going to be the variables.tf, which is just going to hold one variable for us. So I'll go up top here again, say new file. We'll type in variables.tf. Inside of that file, we're going to add our one variable that we're going to be using here. So this variable is called DO token. And we have a little description. It's the DigitalOcean API key. It's a type string, and we added this little thing called sensitive true. What does that do? Well, when you run the command and all the log output comes out, you won't see in the API key in there. So it doesn't put it in any of the log data so that you can't, go grab it or watch me do it and grab my key. Anytime you're dealing with API keys or any variables that are sensitive, make sure you use that sensitive true flag. The last file we need to make here is this main.tf. So I'm gonna go again, new file, main.tf, and let's drop that in there. So in the documentation, we have another file or code called main.tf. Here we're defining a couple things. So first we're defining this tag, and this is a resource type of DigitalOcean tag, and I'm just calling it project tag. And I'm gonna go ahead and change the name to whatever I want. In this case, we're gonna call it DevOps. And then we have the DigitalOcean key as the next resource. And this key is gonna get uploaded to DigitalOcean. So I'm gonna give this a name, dev SSH key, and then I'm gonna pass it a file. Now, this should line up with the path on your system. So in my case, it's home/vagrant, which is the folder I'm in, and then devops.pub, which is the right one. So we're gonna use that. If yours is different, change it, or you change it or change the name. Then last but certainly not least, we have this droplet resource, which I'll change the name over here to DevOps. We're setting a region. You can change this or play around with this if you want. Default should work fine though. This is a smaller instance. And we are using a tag right here. So when we say tag, we're calling in this tag, which we defined up here. So it's going to tag the resource as DevOps. We're setting private networking on true. And then last, we're going to use this SSH key, which is going to get the fingerprint. So DigitalOcean_SSH key dot SSH key fingerprint. So this is the value of this. It'll get the fingerprint of this key to add it. So I uploaded this key to DigitalOcean, and I'm telling the droplet to use that key to deploy the instance. All right, so that is good to go. Now we should be able to run Terraform init in the folder. So let's migrate to the right folder here. And this is lab1, capital. And we should be able to run Terraform init here. As you can see, it downloaded some things in the background. We got this little .terraform folder here, and that includes DigitalOcean and HashiCorp. It downloaded providers for us, got us ready to go. We'll do Terraform plan. It's going to plan out this build, which shouldn't take too long. All right. Now, you might be wondering, hey, why didn't he have to enter his API key on screen for everyone to watch? Well, I did that on purpose, and I saved my API key to an environment variable beforehand, so you guys didn't get to get the privilege of watching me type it in. Now, I'm going to do one more command. So this is prepping everything to get sent. I do one more command, and this is applying it. And I'm going to type auto approve. If you don't do auto approve, it'll ask you, are you sure you want to do this? Because we're about to deploy some stuff. And type that, and we should be off to the races. So you can see down here, we're creating a SSH key. We are creating a project tag, and we are creating our VM.
And Ralph, can you zoom in a little bit for us?
Yeah. Sorry, it just gets a little. All right. So apply complete, 3 added, 0 destroyed, 0 changed. Okay, so we added 3 resources. Now let's go back over to our DigitalOcean web interface. So I'm gonna switch screens here. You can see no droplets. Oh, there's our droplet. All right, and you can also see the IP address here, and we see like this little tag that we added in here, DevOps, right? Great. We now have a VM deployed to DigitalOcean, and we used Terraform. Pretty simple. Let's go back over to our terminal, and let's change a couple things. So I'm gonna zoom back out. I'll try to make sure I zoom in on some of these other important parts. All right, now that's great. And we have this DigitalOcean VM and SSH is set up, but let's get a firewall on this thing, okay? So to do that, let's add a firewall rule to the main.tf. So over here on the main.tf, I'm gonna paste in a firewall rule here at the bottom. Now you can see we're calling it DigitalOcean firewall. I'm going to change this to just say DevOps. You can call it whatever you want. And we have 3 rules. We're opening up TCP port 22 to anybody UDP outbound, right? This is an inbound rule. Then we have 2 outbound rules. So UDP is open outbound, TCP is open outbound. So we don't have any traffic blocking us going outbound. Now let's add a couple more rules. Okay, so let's add a rule for AD. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this rule above, and I'm going to add a rule for 80.443, and we're also going to add a rule for 7.443, which we're going to use later on. Now, first one's good, 22 is good, and now I'm going to add this other rule for 80, and we'll add this one for 443. And then this one for 7.443. Now the protocol is defined as TCP, which is what we want to use here. Now I'm going to do one other thing that you don't necessarily have to do, but it's not bad as far as OPSEC and the fact that thousands of people watching. I'm going to type ipconfig over here, and I'm going to put my public IP address as the only allowed IP address for all of these ports. So now only this host will be able to communicate with this box. And we're going to use -32, meaning one host in that network, just this one host. And we're applying it to 22, 80, 443, and last but surely not least, that's right here. All right, cool. So now we're good to go. I'm going to save that. So now I've added those firewall rules. So now ports 22, 80, and 443, and 7.443 will only allow me to connect to it once I apply this. And then we're going to add one other thing in here. after the firewall rules, we're going to scroll up just a little bit here, and I'm going to add this provisioner, okay? Now, again, this is in the documents, so you can copy and paste it, but we're going to add it right below, oops, didn't mean to press that, right below the SSH key right here. So we're going to add it right there. Now, inside of this is a couple things. There is the thing we're calling a provisioner, remote execution. So what this means is that when this machine first deploys, it's going to execute these commands, okay? And what this is we're actually just setting up a user called Ansible and giving it an SSH key, or passing the public SSH key on for that user. This path is correct. I called it DevOps. If you called your public key something else, you might have to change that. All the other commands can stay the same. And that's pretty much it. The other thing too is make sure you define this private key. Whatever you called your SSH key is the same. So I called mine DevOps in this case, and it's the home vagrant folder. If you have a different username, called your key something different, it's going to be different there. All right. And then one last thing we're going to do is I am going to create one more file, and that file is going to be called output.tf. Now, we went to DigitalOcean website and pulled up that IP address, which was cool, but what if we could just go ahead and get that IP address from the from Terraform when it gets done executed? So that's what we're doing. We're going to output, we're creating an output value, and we're just giving it a name, DOIP, and then we are saying the value of this is the DigitalOcean droplet DevOps VM1 IP address, right? Now, to make that work though, we need to change the name of that to match what our main TF has. So over here, I called it, yes, DevOps VM-1, so that it lines up with this. So we're looking at this resource, that's the resource name, and we want the value that gets outputted, which is the IP output. .tf. Now we'll save that file. We're going to save the main file. So we have our provisioner, we've added our firewall rules, and we've added an output. And what we're going to do is we'll type Terraform plan. Down here, plan out our deployment again. All right, we'll get an output of the IP address, and then we'll go ahead and apply. So do the auto approve, adding our SSH key, deploying our firewall. You can see right here now we're adding that firewall, we're creating it, adding the rules to that. And so a couple things got changed. And at the bottom here, you can see the public IP address. Great. If we switch back over to our droplet instance over here, you can see we still have the droplet running. And if we look over here in networking, this is where you'll find the firewalls section. And under firewalls, there is a DevOps firewall now, and it has the rules that we specified all set up for us. Awesome. Let's do one last thing before we end this lab. Back over in our command line here, we are going to do a destroy to go ahead and just remove this VM. I'm going to tell you right now that we definitely need to do this, and here's why. When we added this rule up here, or this, excuse me, this provisioner, right? When we added this provisioner, what we did is we told Terraform that when this machine is built to run these commands, well, the machine was already built when I did a apply. So what it did is it won't run these commands twice, and it does that on purpose because this script may not function right. I mean, it's probably going to throw a bunch of errors, if it tries to create a key that already exists, because the file will already exist. So we need to destroy our instance and recreate it before this will actually get applied. So let's do that. So our destroy worked. You can see we destroyed all of the VM, the SSH key, everything got taken off. So everything that we had just done is now gone, right? All we need to do now is just do an apply again. We don't need to plan it because the plan is the same. So Terraform apply, auto approve. We just destroyed it. Now we're going to rebuild it. And I just want to show you the difference here. Now we're about to get a whole new IP address as well. We'll create this. You see it's creating the tag, creating the key, creating the VM. And still creating because, got to let you know we're still there. Come on. All right, so you can see that now it's running this remote execute command. So that's part of our provisioner. So it's logging into the host, running those, or it connects via SSH, and it runs the commands that we had in there, which, apt-get update, runs a couple things, moves this key that I defined, and spits out our new DigitalOcean IP address, okay? And if we finally go back over to our instance, you'll see that we now again have this DevOps droplet, new one, it was created 1 minute ago, and we are good to go. So that is lab 1. If you've been following along, that's where you should be at in the instructions. I know I went a little fast there, but all of the output and all the commands that I used, pretty much verbatim, are in the instructions. Awesome. Okay, so I guess that kind of wraps up. I guess we could do a couple questions before the 10-minute. It's 12:47. So
Sure. Hey, Ralph. Where does it have the pseudo password from?
Oh, where did I get the pseudo password? So it's Vagrant. So when I set up my account, or you set up, if you downloaded the VM from the documentation, it's Vagrant. Vagrant is the username password.
Okay.
If you set up your own Linux system, I don't know what your sudo password is.
And then some people asked, I think they're just concerned if they create this DigitalOcean account with their credit card, like what kind of charges are they looking at here to do the labs?
50 cents if you ran it for 24 hours. If you run it during the 4 hours in our lab here and you destroy it, I mean, nothing. I don't know. It really depends, but less than $1 for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
just to let everyone watching the recording know, it's currently July 29th at 12:48 p.m. So since it's July 29th at 12:48 p.m., how long will these labs be available to the people who have asked?
Yeah, so they're going to be at least the next couple months. I'm going to leave them up at the same site, and you'll be able to jump on these labs and do that. So at minimum, at a certain point, I'll probably archive them. So I'll create an HTML document and we'll put it up in Discord, and you can grab it away.
And then why do we actually need the VM? Couldn't one connect directly to DigitalOcean, i.e. being in Linux native?
Why do we need the VM? Well, I don't know so what we do is we really need a actual terminal. We can't do this with just PowerShell, right? So that's why we have the VM to get this going and to run Ansible. Ansible is really the big one. Terraform would actually run fine natively on Windows, but Ansible does not. It's Python. Python's fun, and so that's why it is. And last but surely not least, so that we all kind of have the same setup and we're not dealing with as many variables, right?
How different is this from Windows deployments? Can't see Windows in DigitalOcean.
Yeah, good question. So there is no Windows in DigitalOcean, so you can't deploy Windows to DigitalOcean, but there are some alternative options if you do want to deploy a Windows VM. So in the lab today, you can see that I have or if you've been watching the the virtual machine that I'm running off of is an RDP session. It's actually in Vultr, and that's a different cloud provider that does support deploying Windows images. In addition, Azure natively supports deploying Windows images, including Windows 10 and Windows Server. Lastly, the other big provider that supports it is AWS supports only Windows servers, not workstation. There's a licensing issues with that, but.
Is there a way not to have to paste in the API key with every command?
Yes, so you can set an environment variable. That's what I did. That environment variable, I'll add that to the docs, but what it is that you would put TF or capital TF underscore capital var, and then the value of the token, so DO token, and you can put that in there as an environment variable for your bash RC. So that's one way to prevent typing it in every time. But now it is in your bash. So.
Don't you now have to change all of your firewall rules with the new IP?
No. So the rules that I made were for my host connecting to DigitalOcean, not the other way around. So my host IP never changed where I'll be connecting from. So yeah, the firewall rules are still good. Only the DigitalOcean IP changed, right?
Are we running all these commands to build droplets on Ubuntu?
Are we what? I guess I'm confused at the question.
Yeah. Are we running all these commands to build droplets on Ubuntu?
Yes. So we're running Terraform from Ubuntu to deploy an Ubuntu instance, right? And we will eventually SSH into that, and we'll do some other stuff. But yeah, we'll further kind of go back and forth. But in the further labs, when we get to Ansible, we'll be back onto this machine, and we'll need to have an actual terminal. So,
Steve, did you see any questions that I missed?
No, sir. I'm looking at them. Don't see anything.
All right. So if we did miss your question, you can always ask it during the break, and we'll try to catch it before we start again. What we're going to do now is take is this a good break time, Ralph?
Yeah, you're good.
Perfect. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute mental health break, which means you can walk away from your computer, you can check on work, you can do whatever you want, and checking on work may not be a mental health break. But we're not going to cover any material for 10 solid minutes, so that way you can do whatever you need to do for 10 minutes. And we're not even going to answer questions from the material, because in the past we've answered questions during the 10-minute break, and people are like, but I wanted to take a break. So please feel free to walk away. You're not going to hurt my feelings, because I'm going to talk about things that don't matter for 10 minutes. So Ralph, go ahead and kill your camera, kill your microphone. Go do whatever you want to do for 10 minutes, and then we'll see you back here at exactly 3 minutes after the hour. All right, everybody. If you want to leave, feel free. If you want to talk with me on Discord, you can do that too. You can talk to me here on GoToWebinar. Steve and I can talk. Steve, you're new here to Black Hills.
I am.
Welcome. What's it like, week 2 for you?
It is my second week, yeah.
Second week. Well, we're happy that you're here with us, a new pen tester.
Yeah, I'm the new.
Yeah. Did you ever watch any of the webcast before you joined us?
Once in a while, yeah, absolutely. Okay. I think I watched part of Bo's 0365 as well.
Okay. Well, for everybody here, you can always ask me questions inside. So Ashley said, I'd love to know a bit more about the balancing that was done in backdoors and breaches. So balancing, what I think you're meaning is the types of attacks versus the procedures, and does it actually work? And there are certain procedures that cover a lot of different attacks. I will let you know about 45 minutes of debate goes into every single attack card inside backdoors and breaches. And so I bring on Black Hills testers. We brought in our community leaders from Discord, and we went through every single card in backdoors and breaches, and we said, okay, what procedure will always detect this type of attack? And so we talked about that, and we made sure that the types of procedures that would catch an attack, and if you have no idea what I'm talking about right now, I'm actually going to bring up, there's a virtual solution for playing backdoors and breaches that was created by Richard Fong. And I'm going to bring up the version that he created. I'm going to share my screen for a second. Also, this has nothing to do with material. If you don't want to hear about backdoors and breaches, you can walk away. You don't have to do any of this. So I'm going to share my screen. All right, so this is what backdoors and breaches looks like. This is a virtual solution. You can get this on GitHub. I'll drop the link here inside. Go to webinar if you want to download this and add it to your environment. It's the entire backdoors and breaches. And so if you look at each one of the cards, so this one would be physical access, one of the new expansion deck cards. So the attackers gain physical access to your organization and use this to pivot to your internal networks. So when we look at each attack card, we say like, well, what catches this? A security guard, user awareness training, video surveillance. You know, like what are the tools to do this type of attack? Clipboard, crowbar, RFID badge cloner, lockpick, stolen keys, counterfeit, work ID, brick, ladder. And then we have some type of additional resource here. So this video is Deviate Olum doing one of the best webcasts ever on how to get physical access into any environment, and then ways to mitigate those types of ways of getting physical access. So when we look at each one of the cards, like internal password spray, what catches it? So user and entity behavior analytics, cyber deception, SIEM log analysis, those will always catch it. And then someone's like, well, what about this? Or what about this? Or what about this? And we have to think of like, well, that might be your environment. That might be your situation. That might be, so what we try to do is like, hey, this will always catch it. And so that's why some cards are a little more powerful when it comes to procedures. Like the SIM card is, you know, it's the SIM card. It's like it catches everything. But what if the SIM card isn't working? Because let's say you roll 1 through 10, and if you have no idea what I'm talking about right now, it's how to use backdoors and breaches as a tabletop exercise tool. And so if you roll 1 through 10, well, then that didn't work. And so now you have to like, well, if the SIM didn't work now, well, let's go take a look at the firewall logs. And so now you take a look at the firewall logs and have a backup. So, you know, what catches DNS is C2, network threat hunting, and firewall log review. What catches DLL attacks is endpoint security protection analysis, memory analysis, and endpoint analysis. So those are things that we think will always catch that type of attack. And they correspond to the procedure cards here that you would use to do the analysis. Call a consultant is a new card. It's inside the expansion deck. And what that means is that you can call one of the consultants here and they will do special things for you. So like a Leaf will reveal the initial compromise card. So if you want to reveal that card, Eric Conrad here gives you a +3 modifier for all procedure cards that mention deep blue CLI for the rest of the session. So that means anytime you roll the dice for a card that has deep blue CLI, which I think is, yeah, this one. So you would get a +3 modifier for that. So if you rolled an 8, now you have a 9, 10, and 11. So that would be successful. Other cards are the Georgia Chiles card, which gives you C2 and exfil. You got Tim Medine, gives you the pivot and escalate card. We got Chloe. This card gets used a lot. So you have 10 turns to try to solve the incident inside of backdoors and breaches. And if you get to like round 9 and you still have 2 cards to reveal, then you can call Chloe as call a consultant, and she gives you 3 extra turns, which can be helpful. And we're really seeing it now because with the new expansion deck, one of the things that happens is you could have additional like problems. So while you're trying to solve the scenario, like all of a sudden you realize that, oh man, we're already compromised by someone else. And so if you go over here to the inject cards, because we have a lot of new inject cards too, and you're like, what is happening? What is all this stuff? This is a game that we created called Backdoors and Breaches. So my new favorite, this is my new favorite inject card. And what happens is it's food poisoning. Like this card gets played, every one of the defenders playing has to roll the dice themselves, and whoever gets the lowest number has to finish the entire session by themselves. So they have to finish the whole session by themselves, because what happens is everyone else got food poisoning. They all ate the sushi. And so that one person has to finish by themselves with everyone else muted. And it brings me great joy whenever this card gets played.
I like JSN said, backdoors and breaches, we are also using that for our interview process, using it as a reason to have some social interaction to figure out the person's personality and fun. I think it's a great way to kind of get people's technical aptitude as well. Just kind of seeing how they talk through these problems. I like that idea, Jason. I think that that's a good idea. We might actually start doing that with our SOC analysts. Just sit down and play the game with them.
Yeah, so I do this to teach so I will hire on media and communication students to be interns for us whenever we need them. And I will use this game to teach them how cybersecurity works. And even though I lack a lot of knowledge in cybersecurity, I can still say like, well, let's talk about what HTTP as exfil is. Let's talk about what exfil is. Or let's talk about what an Active Directory even is. And so this gives me an opportunity to just teach people who know nothing about cybersecurity, things about cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the expansion deck just came out to, like, it's been available for about a month. We gave it away at Wallace Hackin Fest. There's another one coming up in September, so you can get it there. But we did make it available on our Spearfish general store, and anyone who's willing to click on a link called Spearfish is a friend of mine. So.
How many cards are in the expansion deck?
36. So it's got new attack cards, it's got a new procedure card, and then it's got the consulting cards to get that. And then we're adding new consulting cards. So we have the zine that's coming out. And so that's the only place to get the John Strand, the Bo Bullock, and the Joff Thayer consulting card. It's like, you got to catch them all kind of thing.
That's the elite deck.
What's that, Steve?
So that's the elite deck.
Yeah, it's the elite upgrade deck. So, but no, there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. Pretty excited about it. Now, this Richard's website, does this have the version 2 cards and the expansion packs in it yet?
It does, yeah. So if you go to, you can download this from GitHub, and I'll drop the link here in a second. But you can play the original if you don't want the new expansion cards. But if you click here, you get the expansion cards along with, you got the consultants, you have the new inject cards. And then if you pull one, because we got some mean inject cards now. If anyone wants to know what that jet engine is in the background, my wife is making tea.
Wow,
so,
must be some amazing tea.
Yeah, this one card, like the EDR goes down, so you can't even use your EDR for the rest of the session. This one, it's getting hot in here. Like you have to shut all the servers down immediately because they got hit with a worm. The attackers taunt you. Don't forget to smash the subscribe button. This is where the attackers put on a video detailing the extent of their attack because they didn't think it was getting the press it deserved. And then here's the worst card in the whole deck now.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this one.
Yeah, so if this card gets played, then you have to essentially pull a whole nother set of attack cards. So you go to the add-on scenario here and you add a brand new, and you get 5 extra turns. So good luck. At that point, most people, John, they immediately go to the Chloe card and like, all right, let's get 3 more turns.
Yep.
We're gonna need it.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, I'm turning it back
just
over to you, Ralph.
Ralph, you ready?
Back. I took my mental
Right.
health break. I ate a piece of pizza, and here I am.
Oh, that's nice. And cats and dogs help too. Got puppies.
Yeah, puppies. Just pet my dog. All right.
All right, well, go forth, kick ass. All right, everybody, we'll see you in about an hour.
All right. I hope everyone took a quick break, a little mental health break, and ready to start into round 2 here. And I guess let's get going. Back to my slide again. I told you guys would see this over and over again, but I just want to come back and see where we're going to fall here again. So just a recap. Lab 1, we deployed the DigitalOcean instance with Terraform, and that in our infrastructure as code is managing infrastructure, right? Now, again, if we look up, we're going to start moving into Ansible. And Ansible is going to do 2 primary things for us. We're not going to be using it to manage infrastructure. What we are going to be using it for is to configure our operating system, so first-time configuration. In addition, because of the way Ansible works, we can go over and run Ansible over and over again without breaking anything. This is in contrast to something like a bash script. Now, somebody is probably saying, well, I can make a bash script that can be ran over and over and over again and never break anything. And I would agree that that is possible. What I disagree about is the time and effort required to do said task is going to be very high. In addition, why make a new wheel every single time just because you can? And that's when we would bring something like Ansible in. So the best way to describe this is Ansible replaces bash scripts, and it does a really good job at it. All right. So yeah, let's get into it. Ansible is an open source, again, configuration management tool. You're gonna kind of catch on to the fact that all the stuff that is in this lab is open source. I do that on purpose. One, because some of this stuff's really, or some of this stuff is really great, but two, because obviously you don't have to pay for it to use it and all this other issues with that. It is designed to do infrastructure as code. So I said that it can deploy infrastructure. It can also configure OSs, and that's where we're going to be using it. It's really good at that. Terraform is not very good at that. Terraform was Go-based and Ansible is Python-based, which is why you have this Linux VM to kind of get starting, because we need that terminal to get going. Now, truth be told, anyone can run a VM nowadays, so it's not that difficult to run Ansible, you know, with Windows subsystem for Linux, just a regular VM. So, but that's the best way to do it for the most consistent results. Mac doesn't require that because Mac is a Unix-based system, so it has a real terminal. Ansible uses YAML files instead of the HCL. When we talked about Terraform, all of the resources and stuff we built that using HashiCorp's configuration language. Ansible goes for a more wider standard, which is YAML files, which Ansible or Red Hat-Ansible didn't necessarily create. They probably helped contribute to, but YAML is its own standard, and there's lots of other projects out there that use YAML for configuration. Makes it pretty easy to read, and you're not really learning a language more than just figuring out the syntax of the YAML to get the result you want from Ansible. Red Hat actually maintains this software and develops it actively, and they're pretty known for doing open source projects like this, and it's kind of their baby. They also have a commercial project called Tower, that is a web interface for deploying Ansible, maybe at scale, like where you have lots of people logging in. The Tower product is not free, but there is a dev version of Tower called I think it's AWX, and that is like the not enterprise version, but it does all the same features. So if you want to check that out, and that allows you to do some use kind of Ansible from a web interface. Ansible doesn't have a state file. So when we looked at Terraform, it had this state file that gets saved whenever you run your instance. When you did the lab, you probably noticed that there's like this .tf state file in there, and some of the things that got deployed, that it doesn't exist in Ansible. And in addition to that, it uses a procedural style. So when we talked about Ansible, it's declarative, meaning that we just define what we want and we get it, and then if we change one thing, it talks to the API and either deploys it or does whatever, right? With procedural style, what happens is we do step 1, step 2, step 3, and we do it in that order, right? We go down that procedure. And because Ansible doesn't have an issue running the same thing over, it will run it over and over again. And we'll talk about some of the weaknesses of that, but yes, it's procedural. So the first line you see from the top of a YAML, it's going to go down through that. It's also agentless, meaning that when we looked at the diagram and the very beginning here, some of these other products, Chef, Puppet, and I believe SaltStack, all require an agent to utilize them. Ansible does not require an agent. How does it communicate with the host? It communicates via 2 primary protocols. The first one is SSH. So what it does is you give it a SSH key, and if you're talking to another Unix-based, Linux-based system, it's going to SSH into that box and run the commands. If you're talking to a Windows system, it will use WinRM. So there is a little bit of configuration, and honestly, both are technically required, but most of the time, Linux systems already have SSH configured. It's very simple to set it up. That's typically how we interact with some of those systems from a remote standpoint. Windows WinRM is a little bit extra steps to set up, but yes, that's how it uses to configure Windows. You can absolutely use Ansible to configure Windows operating systems, and there's some pretty cool modules, and it does pretty well at that. The main reason we're going to be using this is to configure the operating system. So Terraform for the cloud, Ansible for the OS once it gets there, right? So we get that OS, we say, hey, it's Ubuntu, and then we take Ansible to finish off whatever configuration that we want to do. All right, so why Ansible? Again, it's a very active project. Red Hat's still developing it. It's not necessarily dying to the wayside. We talked about that it's open source and that it's free. That's great. It's, you know, wasn't very hard to install it on your system. Being agentless is really nice. There are some weaknesses to being agentless. There's some things you can do with an agent, but not having to have machines that have that allows for just a bit more flexibility with how you're using it. You know, can you run with an agent style system and be just as effective? Probably, but it is nice to just already only need SSH, which is easy to install, or WinRM, which both of those are pretty much almost built into the OSs nowadays. There's very large module support, so we'll look at all the modules that we're going to be using with Ansible. There is a ton of modules to do all kinds of stuff, and everything's kind of a module that we bring in. We're going to work through kind of installing some of them. Recently, Ansible moved to a less feature complete, meaning what they're doing is they're removing a lot of the stuff that was in the general code base and out into modules even further because of how much code is in there, and being able to maintain a lot of stuff that hardly or few people use, separating that. So it much more plugin based, which you'll see we'll have to install some of that. And we'll also talk about Ansible Galaxy, which is how we're going to use that, or how we're going to install it. The big thing that Ansible does, if you take one thing away, is it replaces bash script. Anytime you have a bash script, you could probably do it in Ansible. Now, I absolutely agree. If your bash script is like 2 commands, then, I mean, yeah, we're kind of bringing a lot of tools to the table. But once it starts getting really long, once you get to like, you know, 300 lines or 200 lines, which is not very hard when you're trying to do some kind of complex actions, it would much better be served probably in Ansible at that point. And there's probably already a module that does exactly what you want, that only requires like 2 little configurations and does all the checks, and all this logic that you put in this bash script is pretty much extinct before you even wrote it. So definitely take a look at it in that direction. All right, some of the pitfalls of Ansible. This is the big one, and it can be slow. Now, when we talked from the very beginning, I said that Ansible is procedural. So we're doing step 1, step 2, step 3. Now, when you run Ansible again, it will do those same steps, and it will check. It will go, hey, did this change? Nope, it's good. We're going to the next one. But it has to check. It has to look at every single one to see if, does it meet what you wanted it to do? If you say, for example, using the apt module that I want this package installed, it will go check to see if that package is installed every time you run all of Ansible. Now, we have some tricks to skip sections, or you can write logic to make checks to see if, hey, is this already installed? Well, don't worry about all these other commands. You don't need to check all these other files. And so we could do some of that. And that brings it to the next point, is there is some logic that's still required to do more complex actions. Anytime you start automating operating system installation, get ready, you will have to put some logic in there, just saying, unless it's as simple as just install this program, that's usually not hard. But when you get into something bigger, there's, you know, configuration files, and Ansible has ways to deal with this, and their handlers and other things, but you're gonna have to put some logic in to do this first, check this, and next. The tools are there, but just their logic is going to be required. Where in contrast, Terraform, I don't really need to give any logic. I just say I want the DigitalOcean instance. I don't need to say, make sure you do that before the SSH key or anything like that. I didn't have to say, build SSH key first, then build droplet, even though I need an SSH key before I can deploy a droplet. Ansible is not going to do that for you. You're going to have to kind of have that figured out. Lastly, I have used Ansible for configuring cloud infrastructure, and it is not that great. because it's procedural style. So I have to kind of do that thing. So I just described an instance. If I wanted to deploy a droplet on DigitalOcean, I would have to make sure that that SSH key came first, and I checked for it, and then I could deploy that instance or any other resources that might be behind that. In addition, I wouldn't be able to run that firewall rule until I made sure the droplet was in place. So there's a lot of that to think about, right? And we do have some solutions to try to like speed things up, but yeah. Here's a very simple diagram of how we're going to be interacting with Ansible. So you're going to be running Ansible on your host machine via the terminal, and we're just going to SSH into nodes. Now, what I want you to kind of take away from this, though, is the kind of scaling, right? Now, just using Ansible to configure one machine is definitely useful. And there's a bunch of reasons why you might want to do that. But let's say, though, you want to configure 100 machines, all the same, and you want to do it all at the same time, right? Now, that is not something you want to manually do, or that's something that Ansible is really going to accelerate. In addition, you can make nuances between those machines, not just all the same configuration. So this isn't a template. I can build into Ansible what I want to do on each one of those machines and how I want to make them different while doing it all at the same time. Now that scale definitely doesn't get affected by procedural because, you know, it's doing everything as fast as it can and all at, you know, in unison, right? So it does scale. And that's one of the benefits too when you're dealing with lots of systems. Now, I will agree for the most part, when we're doing the way that I use it, I don't typically configure 10 systems at once or 100 systems at once. I get that. But the benefit in the backside of being able to have all that code and the configuration the same and being able to do a lot more complex stuff, that's where we're going to use that as well. But I just want everyone to know that scaling is really where this can also help. Let's look at the Ansible playbook structure. All right, so what we have is, this is a kind of a quick file directory listing of the files that could be in here and the folders, right? So each one of these is, you have a folder and then, you know, file inside that. So we have the group variables folder and you might have the common. So these should be all the variables that all the VMs may, or excuse me, all the hosts in your inventory may share. And then you may have a production folder, and then you have this all important roles folder. These are kind of a role is something you would want to install possibly on an OS. So one example of a role would be, I don't know, I want to install Apache. You can make a role that configures more than just apt-get install. It could have a lot of other things into it that actually configure how, you know, what ports it's going to use, the SSL certs, you know, all kinds of other fun stuff. And you would build that inside of a role. And I'll dive into kind of all the details of the role in the next slide. But we also would have, you know, you could have a main.yaml or site.yaml, which would be kind of what you want to do, which host you want to call, and what roles you want to apply, right? This is kind of a simple playbook structure. So let's talk about roles. We're going to build one in our lab, and you can kind of see some of how it's laid out. But well, the pattern is this. So we have a roles folder. Inside of the roles folder, we have whatever you want to call the role. I mean, your name, my silly role, my install Apache thing. Inside of that folder, though, we're going to have possibly some other folders. So we'll work. I'm going to work in order of an order of operation. So when Ansible looks at this role, it's going to go, the first folder it's going to go to is the task folder. Oops, sorry. Is the task folder, which is right in the middle there. And inside of that task folder is a main.yaml. That is what Ansible will look at first. It'll go, what do you want me to do with this role? And that main YAML, you would say, hey, I need to install this app package. I need you to do this, 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 and this. Now, it will use for variables, it will use this other folder called defaults. In that, there's a main.yaml. And what you would put in there would be default variables that your role may need, okay? So a variable in YAML is just a value : and then whatever the variable will be. So, You could say var1 colon, equals my cool variable. And the defaults folder applies to the role specifically, meaning that you probably aren't going to change these variables very often, so they're the default value, but you have the option to do it somewhere else in your playbook. When you call the role, you could pass in that variable specifically and say, hey, I want this variable to be this, but the default has it as this. That's what the defaults are used for. The next folder is files. This is where you would have static files that may be required to run the role. These are files that aren't going to be changed. They're just there, and they're going to be used to execute that role. The next folder we have is handlers. So what is a handler? A handler would be some kind of task that needs to happen once some other task happens. So it's kind of like saying, the best examples would be restarting a service. When you're configuring something like Apache, you might configure the Apache configuration file, and you need to restart the service for Apache to know the configuration changed. So to do that, you would use a handler. And a handler, you would specify what it's going to be, what you want it to do, give it a handler name, and then in your task, whenever you got to a point or whenever something changed that would require a restart, it will notify the handler if that file actually changed or there was a change that occurred. Next, we have this meta folder. This is for building Ansible Galaxy roles. It's just kind of like the metadata about what the role does. The README could be the same, a part of that, what it does, how to use it, what settings and variables might be changed. The task, I went over that. That's the first thing that gets ran, main.yaml. We also have this templates folder. Now, the templates folder doesn't have anything in this example. What could be inside of the templates folder? Well, for example, in our Apache example, you would have a Apache config, right? And your Apache config might need to be unique for you. So you can use Jenga 2 templating to add in templated variables inside of there, and it will add those variables whenever it adds that file. And if they change, it'll change those variables for you. The next folder, test, that is a test directory to test out your role. This again gets into testing it out for Ansible Galaxy and other kinds of like tests to make sure everything's working. And then last but surely not least is the vars folder, which again is a folder for variables. So in there's the main.yaml, and that would just hold variables. Now I talked about the first folder or talked about that just holds variables is the defaults. So those are just default variables that I may or may not change. The vars folder is designed to hold variables that should not change, meaning I don't have there's no reason you should change this variable. So those are the big differences between those. Defaults, I might change them, but this is a good value. The vars folder this is a variable that only the role would use, and I want it to stay the same all the time. All right, let's look at an inventory. So the other thing we need is an inventory file. Now this one is a little built up with how much you could do, but the big things to take away here is we have this all variable, or we're saying all host. This could be called whatever you want though. Now Ansible does have the idea of a all host inventory, meaning anything in the inventory. If you say you want to call, when you call the playbook, if you say I want to use all, it will use all the host in there, even if you didn't specify this. But inside of all, we have host, and then there's a server 1, server 2, and then we might be able to find a variable for server 2. In this case, we had server 2 host _ var value z. And then there is another line there, vars, that applies to all host, not just host 2 or just host 1, and that group all variable. This is like value y. You can also do child-children relationships. So you could have a something called production servers and then database servers, and build all that out. Yeah, and the big thing we're trying to get to is most likely defining at least the Ansible host. So in the inventory, what we're really trying to define is, hey, what variables apply to this server or this host? What's the IP address of said host, so I can SSH into it? What key do I need to use for that host? And you'll see that in the next slide here. I got a simplified example. All right, let me do a quick demo of modules. All right, So back over here, I want to show you guys a module. So when you are using Ansible, you're going to be using modules, and this is the documentation for the apt module. Now, if you're not super clear about what a module is, it's really just a pre-built function to do something. In this case, use the apt package manager. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we get into the examples. So this first example right here just installs Apache HTTP. To call this, we give it a name. This name can be whatever you want. This is what's going to be outputted when you run the playbook. The second part is the actual module name, which is apt, and then we're specifying some values: name, state. So the name is going to be, this is the package we want to install, and the state we want is present. Okay, we could also put apps in, I believe, as they wanted to remove it. Now there's some other examples of how to do, you know, multiple ones, or list of packages, so on and so forth. But the big thing I want you to take away is when you start dealing with Ansible, this documentation is the most important source to figuring out how to use a module. Because first, it gives you a couple examples. You're like, hey, I need to use apt. Let's go look and see if there's a module for that. And second, it also tells you what every single option does. And you might need to use some of these. You might need to run auto clean first or auto remove first, depending on what you're trying to do. So getting inside and looking at the modules that Ansible has in the documentation, I come in here all the time when I'm trying to figure out a new module that I haven't used before, or I see someone use it if there's another value that I need to use in there. So that is that. Let's move back to the slides. If I can find it. There it is. Okay. All right. So let's let's talk about a simple task. So I just showed you in the module using apt, and let's talk through this. So we would give the module a name. We call apt. And in this case, we're using a with items. So with items is kind of similar to like, it's not quite a for loop, but what we're saying is, hey, these, I want you to, you know, in place of this item templating, I want you to put these. So what it would do is say it would run apt, and it would make sure that, you know, apt transport HTTPS, CA certificates, curl, and software properties common are all installed, right? And in this case, those are dependencies of Docker C, so I'm kind of giving it a name and it's stating the state to be present. Here is a example of the inventory. This is going to be from the lab. This is a lot simpler example. And this right here is pretty much everything you need in an inventory. So at the very top, we're saying we're calling this inventory DigitalOcean. So when I run the playbook, I could call DigitalOcean and it would apply to every host because the next value is host. Every host that is in there. And then I define a host. My first one, DevOps-VM1. Now, the things that are required, one, we're going to need to define a IP address. So in this case, I put Ansible host and give it an IP address. We'll need that value because Ansible needs to know where to run these roles or where to run this playbook at. And depending on, you know, how you called it, it'll need an IP address. I also defining a host name. That's not necessarily required. But down here, a couple other things that one of the big ones that probably is required, unless it's your default key, is defining the Ansible SSH private key file. Now, these are global variables, so like you can't reuse these in your playbook without probably causing some issues, and also setting the Ansible SSH name. So what this inventory is saying is, hey, the host, this is the IP address. On the Ansible Python interpreter, hey, use Python 3. Ansible used to be Python 2. That's a headache. Ansible, what's the private key location? In this case, it's the Vagrant DevOps. What's the public key location? And what user do you want me to use? Now, technically, you don't need the public key, but I'm using it in my role to do other things. Here is a simple example of a playbook, and we are going to, I'm just calling it install roles. You could call it whatever you want. The next line I have in here is called gathered facts. You'll see that used often. What is that? That's Ansible. When it first connects to the system, it will query the host and figure out what the OS is, all kinds of facts about the operating system and the network and all the other things, right? It will gather those facts, and you can use those in your playbook later on, so you don't have to write a command to figure out what the IP is to use that IP in some other function, even though technically you know what the IP is, but there could be other host network interfaces, so on and so forth. The next value is host. and I have all there, meaning all hosts in the inventory, but I could have specified DigitalOcean. I could have also specified DevOps _ VM _ 1, and it would just be just that host that I want to apply this to. I define the connection type, which is SSH. The next line, become true. What become true means is that I will run this as the root user, or I will subdue up to privileges to run these commands. I don't want to run them in the context of the Ansible user I defined in my host inventory. And then last but surely not least, what roles do you want to install? This role, I'm using a public one called weareinteractive.users, and it actually does a great job of installing users on your host. Now, you don't have to just call roles. You could also just call a task. You could just connect to SSH and just run the apt module, all right here in this playbook. But using roles allows you to kind of get your code organized so you don't just have this really long file of all this stuff you want to do on one host. Let's talk about Ansible Galaxy, which we're going to be using. This is where a lot of roles that have been made are posted. And let's look at this one right here. So this is a Galaxy role for We Are Interactive, We Are Interactive is the user who made it, and the role is called users. You can install this role with Ansible Galaxy install We Are Interactive users. And you can see the versions and stuff. But if you really want to figure out what it's doing, you can go over here to the Git repo. And this has all the code. And you'll see that it kind of looks like a playbook itself. But the big thing is that it's just the files that the role is going to use. So it has the task, it has a test, and it has defaults. So inside a task, you could see that the main is the first thing it will be called. And what is it doing? Well, it's importing more task. And these tasks gets called. So this is where you can look to see what it's doing. The other thing that you can use is you can see examples of the variables that it's going to be used. The big one being the defaults in that defaults folder. Another place you could do is actually if you go to defaults and you go to this main.yaml, these are the defaults that are set for this role. So if you want to change these, you can easily change these. You don't have to. These will be the defaults that I'll be using. All right. And yeah, so that's Ansible Galaxy. And this allows you to install these roles that have already been pre-made. There's tons and tons of roles to do all kinds of stuff, maybe more complex actions and stuff that you just speed up your process. I didn't have to make a unique role on how to configure users on my host. I can just use this. So let's go back to my slides. All right, so let's get into this lab. We are going to, we already used Terraform to SSH build our, now we're going to use Ansible to, again, SSH into our droplet VM and start configuring the operating system. So the thing that we're doing now in it, or before we used Ansible to talk to the API and the SSH to just run the provisioner, now we're just going to be using Ansible exclusively to talk to the droplet and configure the host. So let's get going. We are going to do a couple things in this lab. We are going to add users to the OS. That's that role I was just showing you. We'll walk through that. We're going to install Docker. We're also going to run some other roles that secure the OS and do some other little system hardening. And we're also going to quickly create a custom role, which in our case is going to be the Docker role. So let's jump over to our VM and get going. Switch it here. All right, so in the first lab, we got our instance and we destroyed it. We reran it. So I just want to talk about this right here. This is this Ansible user. We added this user because we're going to use it in our role. It's smart to add a separate user for Ansible to run as opposed to the actual username, because then you can kind of get a mix up, or if you change one setting here, now Ansible can't talk. So making a separate user and a separate key just for Ansible is good practice when it comes to managing infrastructure, and especially infrastructure as code. So let's open up lab 2, and you can see in the completed, we actually have all of it done, but we're going to work through it right now. if you want to follow along, you can open up at the workshop.hackerops.dev lab 2 folder, Ansible, and we will start rolling. Now you'll see that the first part of this lab, I say, apply auto approve. You want to make sure your DO instance is online, okay? And you've got your IP address for it, because we're going to have to configure some files. But before that, let's go ahead and install the roles that we're going to use. We're going to use a bunch of pre-made roles instead of building them. And this will get us a chance to play around with Ansible Galaxy. So at the command line here, I'm going to paste in this Ansible Galaxy command. And we're installing We Are Interactive Users, pip, and a couple other roles. So I'm going to run that. So this is going to use Ansible Galaxy to go download these roles and install them. Awesome. We're also going to install a couple community collections. I talked about earlier about the fact that Ansible has been moving away from just every single feature into one code base, which is pretty smart. So we're going to need a couple extra things. The first one is community general. This one's pretty common for a lot of the stuff that I end up doing. So that one's nice to have. And that's part of Ansible Galaxy, and it's a collection. So it's not just one role, it's a bunch of different things that Ansible is going to be using. And then the other collection we're going to install is the POSIX. Let's take it a second. Okay. VM, don't fail me now. If you're looking in the documentation, you can see the roles that we're using. There's a link to the roles and the code base and kind of what we're going to be using them for. So we are interactive users, which is going to add our users to Ubuntu. We also have install pip Python, which we're going to use to install pip on our system. This other command, this is the POSIX. We've already, we're going to do this Gerling guy. He makes a ton of different roles. He has one for securing the OS. It's not too bad. And then we're also going to install ZSH on our system as well. And we're going to configure it. So let's get started. We got all the roles that we're going to use for this project. And let's make a new file in the lab2 folder. And we're going to call this deploy.yaml. Now you can call this anything you want, because when we run Ansible, we're going to specify that file, but deploy doesn't seem like a bad name to call it. And this is pretty much our playbook. And we are going to add a couple roles. So I've just pasted this in. We talked about this before. I have Ansible roles. I'm defining some that I want to gather the facts. I'm saying I'm going to use on all hosts. I could specify the specific host and build the inventory, but I'm just going to say all because we only have one. We're going to use SSH and become true because we're going to need to be root to do these. And then I define these roles. So we are interactive. Garland guy, we're using his pip, NTP, and security. And then also this last one, which is the VSAT Ansible ZSH, which is going to pretty much install all my ZSH and make our shell look super pretty. We're also defining this a variable over here called ZSH shared to yes, which means that we're actually going to use a shared profile, which is also a cool way to have every user kind of have the same kind of shell with allowing customization later for that user. Let's make another file inside the completed, or not the completed folder, but in the lab2 folder. Sorry, I clicked the right one. So in lab2, let's create another file, and then we're going to call this ansible.config CFG. And inside there, we're going to add this configuration for Ansible. The big things to note here, this typically isn't a hard requirement to build this, but what I want to do is I want to define this variable inventory. So I can say, hey, I want to use this folder for inventory, as opposed to there's a couple other ways to use your inventory. The other thing I want to do is define where my roles are. So the roles folder that I want to use. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. I'm going to save this deploy.yaml, which we just built. And now I'm going to build the next file, which is going to be inventory. Now, this file is going to be in the folder. So we'll make a folder called inventory. Inside that folder, we're going to make a file called inventory.yaml. All right, and in there, we're going to paste all of the code for this inventory. And I'll walk through kind of what the settings are, where I can grab it here. All right, so we'll paste this. All right, so we got a bunch of code here. Oops, I need to fix that. All right, so at the top here, we're calling DigitalOcean. I could have called it whatever, defining a host, and then we're calling this DevOps 1 VM. Now this IP address, that's going to be the IP address that we got back from Terraform for the actual running instance, which in this case is probably going to be close to what I had last time, but definitely not the actual. So that's the IP address we're going to use. I'm going to leave the, I'm going to set the host name to just DevOps. And my key is set to the right location. So this is going to be important. I'm using the Ansible user. That's not going to change since we had set that up earlier. Down here under my authorized keys, I'm going to use the DevOps key that I had made, the SSH key. I'm setting my, this is part of that role that we use for we are interactive users. Setting the username, saying my username's Ralph. You can just specify the name and then you're going to spec keys. You can have more than one key if you want. I'm just specifying one. You can also pull keys from GitHub right here by unchecking that. Mine is for my keys. If you want to put my keys on your host, that's interesting. Home create, we're going to create a home, and we're also going to set the shell to ZSH. Another thing I want to do is I want to give my user, Ralph, I want to give him security sudoers password so he can do passwordless sudo. And I'm doing that with this. This is part of the Garland Guy security role that does that. ZSH to shared, yes, I'm defining that. We have some other, for the role we're gonna make, this is the Docker net I wanna use in the Docker home directory. Some of the pip settings I'd like to use. We want to install pip for Docker, and I would like to use pip 3 or Python 3 pip package. And then last, with our role for NTP, I'm setting this time zone here to New York. So that's our inventory. In the guide, there's kind of a rundown of each of those things and what they do. Now let's get to the magic part, which is hopefully it working. All right, so I'm in the lab 1 folder, but I'm gonna go ahead and move over to the lab 2 folder where I had made all these files. Inside there, I'm going to run the Ansible playbook deploy. Now, if I did everything right, I should connect to this host, and we should start deploying all of the things we did. So you can see it's adding the user, creating the groups, setting permissions, and we are off to the races. Now, this is going to take a couple minutes, but while that's going, let's go ahead and work through the next piece. And let's build our own role for Docker. So in the lab 2 folder, not completed, I get it. It's fine if it's there, or it will be there. Let's make a new folder. Let's call roles. And inside of there, we're going to make another folder called task. Inside of that folder, we are going to make a file, and that file is going to be called main.yml. All right. Now, I have a pre-built Docker role, or the task that I would like to run on in here. Grab this. Now, I paste this in. So let's work from the top. So what we're going to do with this role, so what this, whenever this role gets called, the first thing it's going to do is determine whether we've already got Docker installed. And so it's actually running a module called shell. It's a built-in one, and it says which Docker, and it's registering, excuse me, if the command is available. If there's any errors, it ignores those. And we have a change when to false. So anytime this changes, it'll be set to false. So we set the Docker, next thing we do is we set Docker fact installed. We're setting the fact. So what we're doing is we're trying to figure out, is Docker installed or not? If it is installed, then we want to change the variable of Docker installed. So whether it's a 1 or 0, right? If Docker is installed or whether Docker is not installed. Now, after we've determined whether Docker is installed based off this which shell command, Docker either being installed or not, we'll go to this next task, which is to install the dependencies. But we're using this when piece that says when Docker is not Docker installed, checking that fact. If it is not installed, or excuse me, when not Docker installed. So if Docker is installed, it will not run this, okay? If Docker is not installed, it will run this, okay? And this is how we can speed up some of our tasks as well. If Docker, again, is not installed, so we're running down here, we're gonna add the official GPG keys, and we can also do more than one conditional. We can add a and in there, and in this case, we're saying when Docker is not installed and the Ansible distribution, which we actually get from the gather facts when we run, is set to Ubuntu, then I want you to run this apt key. If not, move to the next one, and it goes through. And so we'll add either the Ubuntu PGP key and repository for Docker, or we'll add the Debian. So we're only checking a couple hosts here. You could actually build this to do more hosts. We could do hosts that are like Red Hat using YAM or using Yum and other stuff like that. So you could build in more conditional statements to check for the OS to install it on more than just Ubuntu or Debian. Now we install Docker CE. We also do an update of the cache, which is the equivalent to an apt-get update. Make sure the package is present. We install Docker Compose. We also want to make a Docker group so that I can add my user. And right here is where I do that. I add the user. I'm taking this variable item username. Item username is right here. So the variable is, the variable is user, and the item inside that variable is username. So it will use the username Ralph. Now, if there was more users, or if I had duplicated this, because I can copy this and make another user if I would like, by just going like this, it would use that other user as well, which I don't want to deal with fixing the spaces there, but it would use the other user as well. All right. So going down, we have the last thing that we're going to do. So we're adding our user to the Docker group, and the last thing we're doing is we're going to create an internal Docker network. And the reason I'm doing this is because what I found out is that when using Docker, which we're going to talk more about in the next hour, is that sometimes your internal network interferes with the Docker network. So I set up a network that's much smaller, only a -24. So the likelihood of you having a network conflict where you decided to make your internal network 10.0.0-8 or something, it becomes a lot less, and so you can make sure that that traffic gets routed properly. All right, so that is all we needed to do to set up the Docker file. Let's try to deploy it. You can see down in the bottom here, all of our stuff worked. There's a couple things that you can see that we had changed 20, okay, 53, it made 53, these checks didn't need changes. This is things that did need changed, and it skipped 15 tasks because of some conditional. Now we've saved those files for this role. Let's try to run that. We'll type Ansible deploy. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I forgot to do one last thing. So in our what do you call it, deploy.yaml, we have to add this role. So I made a role called Docker. I need to add that line into the Docker file, or add this line into the playbook. Now we'll try it. Oh, and we get an error. If you've been following along with the guide, I pretty much anticipated this error. What it's saying is that, hey, I don't know about this module called Docker Network. And this is one issue with kind of separating out the code base and trying to use some other features that might not be inside there. And to pretty much fix this error, we need to install the collection, the Ansible Galaxy collection for Docker. So I have the command in the guide, and I kind of walk through in the guide on why this is the problem where it's at. But we'll use this Ansible Galaxy collection install community.docker. And we're good to go. And let's do, before we run the deploy, let's do one last thing, which is let's create this user role. So in our folder here, we have this role. Let's see here. For this role task, main.yaml, and this actually is supposed to be, oh, I messed up here. This should be Docker. So, and that folder should be inside of Docker. Yep. Yeah, well, this is gonna be fun real quick. I guess this is the fun part of doing it live.
Just try not to imagine everyone staring at you.
I know, right? So I just have a little bit of a organizational problem here, and it's
This is
not.
what happens. The demo gods have struck.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. All right. I got it.
It's okay. I got it. It's okay.
I got this.
We believe in you, Ro.
No, it's not broken. It's just unorganized. So, all right, back here. So this should be Docker should be the name of the role, and then we have inside of that there's task, and then inside of that is main.yaml. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna make another role here. So a new folder, and we're gonna call this one OS. And inside of there, we're going to include a couple tasks. So we're gonna make another task folder. And inside of there, we're going to make a main.yaml. Great. And then we're going to include some of the tasks we want. So this is instead of just calling them directly in the main, which we did in the Docker task main, we're going to include other YAML files. So this allows you to kind of keep your YAML organized, so you don't again end up with just one YAML file. So inside of there, I'm saying in the main to include these 3 YAML files, which we're going to go create right now. So inside a task, we'll make locale.yaml, and in there we'll add the locale things that we'd like to do. So setting UTF-8. These are just some nuances sometimes with setting up OS is fresh. Like you might want to change the, what your keyboard type is and other things like that. But you don't think about it because you would have maybe possibly set it up from default, or set it up from an install script, and they would have asked you that or made an assumption. You might want to change those later. We're also going to make an upgrade, and this is where we're going to run apt-get upgrade and upgrade the host. And the last file we're going to add is zsh.yaml. So under task, going to go new file, and then we're going to install zsh. Or we're going to make sure our user gets zsh gets a ZSH profile. So we'll do that. Save that file. We've saved all of these. We have upgrade, locale, ZSH. Now let's go ahead and add this role to our deploy. So up here, now I'm going to add it right here. And again, I told you that Ansible is procedural, so it's going to do this first. Sometimes this may depend on something that's doing in here. Just a heads up. So you know, order can matter when it comes to running these roles, depending on how you set them up. And now you should be able to run deploy in lab 2. Awesome. Okay. And so the very last thing for this lab is to connect to the host that we're configuring with Ansible. So we built our Docker role, we built our OS role inside of roles. Our Docker one only had one task, where our OS had a couple tasks, and we had kind of split them out. We could have just put them all in main.yaml, but we decided to break them into a file to kind of show you that you can organize them. It's going to upgrade our host. Now, next part is let's go ahead and connect to this host. So it's still configuring, and it might actually reboot, but I'll show you how to set it up. So down here at the bottom, we have this the connection screen, and we're connected to Ubuntu. But let's say that we want to connect to a new host, right? So SSH. Now, I'm not seeing it. Remote. I'm pretty sure I installed this though. That's installed. Let's do remote SSH. Nope, that's installed. Huh. All right, well, let me just open a new window. So let me open a new window. And what we're going to do is click down here to this open remote. And now we see connect SSH. Now, let's open up the SSH configuration. And I'm using on the .ssh config for my host. And there's nothing there, right? So it makes this default. Let's add a configuration in here. So you can, from the documents, you can call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call it DevOps. We're going to set the host name to the host name of the system. So in that case, it's in our inventory file, and it would have been from Terraform as well. There is the IP address. So going back over to our config, we'll add this IP address in here. Setting up the username as Ralph, because that's the one that I added. And then the identity file .devops. Now, I don't have that on my host, but I can move it onto my host very simply. Over on the VM or Windows subsystem for Linux, I have this file right here. I'm going to right click it and say download. And I'm going to put it in this SSH folder. So download. And then going back over to my config, you can see it's user. This would be the Windows user home path. .ssh devops. That file is good to go. So let's exit and let's connect. So open or connect to host. We're going to click the DevOps one that we already made. It's going to open up a new window. Allow access. Select Linux here. Say yes, we'll accept the key. And now we are connected to the host. To interact with this host on DigitalOcean, we'll go to Open Folder here. So at the top, click here, click Open Folder. We're on the Ralph folder. It's still setting it up in the background. And it will ask you want to trust this, the folders, and the author, and it will install the SSH. And so now we are on the DigitalOcean droplet. Now, it's still running some of these ZSH stuff in the background, but if we type or go to terminal here, new terminal, you can see my terminal is all set up and we're good to go. All right, so ran a little over there on the lab 2, but yeah, that's it for lab 2 and using Ansible to quickly set up your OS and using Docker or making a Docker role and setting up some of the OS features. So now we are SSH'd into our DO instance.
There we go.
All right.
Yep. Good to go.
Very cool.
All right. So Ralph, I would say go take a 10-minute break.
All right, cool.
There we go.
And
Trying
then
to read through some of the issues. Oh, yeah, it looks like it was already addressed. Okay, there we go. Right, back to live chat. So how long was your stand-up set last night, Jason?
I got 8 minutes. So it's called it's a bringer
What?
show. So you have to bring 4 people in order to get on stage. And then for every person you bring over 4 people, you get an additional minute up to 8 minutes. So I ended up bringing like
you brought
15
enough
people. And got 8 minutes.
You maxed it out. It's like
Yeah.
whenever you're in a band, they're always like, well, we don't care how good your band is, just how many people are you going to bring to drink?
Right.
So you got to use whatever you got, right?
Last night, so I got the red light. That means I had a minute left. And I did like a hard right turn in the middle of my set to whatever my last setup joke was. And on the drive home, my wife was like, yeah, that didn't work. I was like, well, yeah,
Well, thanks.
yeah, I agree. So,
Ouch. So harsh.
that's good. All right, everybody, this is the 10 minutes of
This
nothing.
is the middle show banter.
Yeah.
Yes.
John, I did want to talk about the zine.
Do you want to show a picture of the zine, or is that giving away too much?
Or
Too much.
no pictures. No. But the zine is this self-published magazine that we're making. It's going to be digital and print, like an actual print, like fold. It's the size of a comic book. And go ahead.
Why are we doing this? Like, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that. Like, I think that you and I get together and we start throwing ideas around. Let's do this. This is crazy.
Yeah, so you were like, hey, how about that zine thing that we've been talking about? And I was like, I don't know. And then I went back to that list of 150 ideas that I had when I started.
The big book of ideas.
Yeah, and I was able to like include like 14 of the ideas just into the zine, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, let's do it.
That was it. That was it. So, you know, talking about like why the hell the company would do a zine. So let's go back to marketing, all right? So if you're talking about marketing and you want to sell something, you send a catalog. And think of like Sears catalogs with all the toys around Christmas, and that's how you market, right? You know, if you're a clothing company, you sell a catalog, send a catalog, and people buy clothes. My wife and I realized that there were catalogs that we would keep because they'd have stories. And like, you know, they'd be selling a product and there'd be a story associated with that product. And you would get excited. Like if you're buying camping gear, they would tell the story of this amazing camping trip in like Nepal. And then they'd be like, here's the gear they used. So that was one, because it is a good content and community thing where we can give people stories and narratives about stuff, but it also helps kind of advertise our training and all the cool things that we're doing in the community for, like, you know, pay what you can training, affordable training, and all the stuff that we're doing. So those things match up. We also wanted to have something that had really bad poetry. Because when I was in high school, you know, there was always like the cool kids would create a zine. I would try to be part of the cool kid group, and they'd be like, no, you're not one of us. I wasn't goth enough, I guess, to be part of those groups. But they would always have like this really horrific poetry, and I think we've got bad poetry sprinkled throughout.
A little bit, yeah.
So we're sharing a little bit of bad poetry. The other thing that I think is cool is like the comic book idea. There's so many like superhero pen tester stories, superhero defender stories in our industry. We now have lore, right? We have stories that people tell. One of the stories that you hear if you're around enough groups is the story of a pen tester that was hired to do a physical pen test in Singapore, went into the building, broke into the building successfully, and found out the company that hired him to break into the building didn't own the building. They were just a tenant, And basically there was equivalent of a warrant out for his arrest in that country. And they rerouted him going back to his hotel to instead go to the airport and immediately fly to Vietnam, because that was the next plane out of that country. That's a great story, right? My mom's story is the first story coming in here as well, you know, talking about her breaking into a prison. But there's just tons of these stories. Tim Tomes has a story whenever he was pen testing for us, where he broke into this facility that had like fully automatic weapons. They were driving around the perimeter. It was completely wide open from the outside in, and he was able to disable all the physical security mechanisms, where he could literally unlock every single door and a pathway for him to get to where he wanted to go. That's a great story. Stories about breaking into casinos, breaking into the wrong bank. God, I'm completely brain farting on his name. Jason Street, you know. Yeah. And there's a lot of these stories of Darknet Diaries, and, you know, being able to take that and turn that into a comic book and actually see it in a different medium allows us to elevate these stories that we tell to the point where they become legends, and then these legends become part of our collective consciousness and hopefully allow us to shape what our industry is in additional ways. So that's kind of the whole idea for me, what's personal for me in the zine. And then honestly, it became this blank canvas where Jason and his team could just run rampant and do crazy stuff. Like, we have a freaking coloring contest in this. Why the hell do we have that? Because it's awesome.
Yeah. Wait till you see the coloring contest.
Yeah, Jason's not showing me the zine. He's only showing me my pages of the zine, and that's it. It's like the rest of it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, in the comic book section, like I worked in the comic book industry for 9 years, and I was able to go back to the industry and say, hey, you're a fantastic artist, you're a great colorist, you're a great writer, you're a great letterer. And so we got professional comic book artists to come in and do these stories. So it's not, I didn't draw it. We went and got professionals to draw it, professionals to color it, professionals to letter it, so that way it is a real comic book. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the comic book sections out of each one of the zines and then put out like a compilation comic at some point.
An omnibus type thing.
Omnibus.
Is each comic gonna be like a different story, or are they gonna all intertwine, or how?
No, I think they're gonna be standalone stories. We might have some that become overarching stories. That would be cool. Multi-part.
Are these stories that readers can submit and say, hey, I've got a story that I'd like to tell, and there's maybe a section for that? Is that part of this, or are these personal stories?
I think we'll get there. But right now it's more of a, you're invited to share your story, because it's like John was saying, it's the legend stories that we'll get started with.
Nice.
Yeah. I think some of the stories that, you know, it's weird how many of the stories revolve around physical pen tests, because I think that translates better to the comic book medium. We're gonna have to try to find better ways to integrate the narrative of a terminal hacking type thing. So we might be using like a physical story, like taking a terminal hacking where you're just looking at command prompts and Ansible scripts and crap like that, and then incorporating a, you know, kind of a physical attribute that wasn't present to give it, you know, a little bit more gravity for the actual attack. So some of it is going to be completely based on reality. Some of it's going to take reality and it's going to be based upon true events, you know, kind of maybe adding some things to it. But no, I like it because there's a lot of stories that we can tell that are narratives that other people can learn from. And that's the goal of, you know, any story that we tell, is basically trying to improve us as a species.
And this isn't the goal of it, but inside each zine, there's going to be a really hard puzzle. And that hard puzzle will lead you to another puzzle. And we're not saying that every person who finishes the puzzle will get an opportunity to apply for a job at Black Hills. But we did put out like some,
we're sure not saying.
Yeah, we dropped some hints in social media, and all of a sudden this person solved the puzzle prior to releasing the puzzle. You're like, what the? And so we definitely reached out to that person and was like, hey, would you care to work here at some point? And so there's going to be these incredibly insane, wonderful puzzles inside the zines too that if you complete it, just let us know. Yeah.
Phoenix Guy said, but you're the boss, John, the big kahuna. Jason would show you the zine. I don't think they understand like how the structure at BHIS works. Like, it's like, hey guys, could you guys do this thing for me? No. Oh, okay. Well, get around to it.
Well, to be very transparent, John asked for the zine in 2019, and we're making it in 2021. So it's
we've had a busy couple of years though.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like we've been sitting around on our ass.
Yeah.
That and basically converting the entire con industry to online virtual cons in the space of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That was a busy year. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, as soon as Ralph gets back, we'll start this work. Hey, for everyone sticking around so far, we know we've had some attrition because people have work that they need to do, but the recording will be available. So if you do need to leave, you're not losing out. We'll be here the whole time though, because we're making the recording right now, live. The recording is being made. How meta is that? If you're watching the recording right now, you're like, oh, thank you. So we got about an hour and 50 minutes left to go, which reminds me, John, we need tuxedos for the 24-hour pre-show BanterCon.
I gotta find tacky tuxedos.
Yes.
I don't know where I'm gonna do that.
So if you're like, what's 24-hour pre-show BanterCon? We'll talk about it in the next break.
Yes,
it looks
we
like
should.
Ralph is trying to return.
There we go. Ralph, you ready?
Ralph is back.
His
Kind of.
mic's not on.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just pulling up the slides here. Yeah,
There we go. All right. Well, sir, we're gonna hand it back over to you.
Bye.
Bye. Here we go. Let me share this out. All right, so hopefully you guys were able to get your Ansible VM going and running, your DO VM and get Ansible running and able to configure the OS, get Docker installed. I just checked on the build that I hadn't run in the background and everything was good. And we are going to move into the next piece, which is going to be Docker. Let's get rolling. All right, so back to this slide that I'm beating up over the top of the head, and I promise it's the last time you're going to see it. When we look at this infrastructure, we're going to be talking about Docker now, and we've talked about Terraform, we talked about Ansible, and possibly configuring host, and why we might want to do that, and all this other fun stuff. And this last thing we're going to talk about is Docker, and it doesn't really work on this slide, and I kind of just threw it at the back of the end here because Docker is really not a infrastructure as code per se, right? We're not deploying VMs with it, we're deploying Docker containers, and this kind of gets into a different concept, right? And it's a concept I want to talk or take a quick look at, and that is CI/CD, right? So this is continuous integration, continuous development. So what Docker containers do for us is they are a container for our applications. They are kind of like a box to put our apps in that we can ship to different OSs without having to worry about the dependency hell that possibly comes with that. Now, this is a CI/CD kind of pipeline diagram. And if you look over on the left side, you have the developer who's writing some code, possibly making it into a Docker file and saving that Docker file in a source repo, GitHub for this example, and then possibly using that little weird looking guy's Jenkins in the middle there for continuous integration servers. This is a server that's testing, making sure your builds are passing, and then eventually pushing those to a Docker registry, the Docker registry being the home where you're going to pull these Docker containers that should be working and good to go, right? And the idea here is that Docker helps us compartmentalize or containerize our applications specifically, not the OS. We don't worry about all those things. We just want to make our application work for us. So this statement, it works on my system. That's what Docker's trying to do. It's trying to say, well, it works in Docker, and if your system can run Docker, it should work for you too, just as well. And that's kind of the dream of this. Now, we are not going to be doing a whole lot of continuous integrations type pipelines, but there are some really good usage for this as for payloads and other things like that. But why are we talking about this? Because we will be talking about Docker, and because we want to use the benefits of Docker containers. So let's talk about Docker. All right, so the primary use for Docker is application containers, and they make our code or our application very reusable. Now, you have to realize that we have a lot of ways to kind of install applications today. You might have, or most likely have, either tried them or got to see them in the labs. We have, apt for the package management. We've got Chocolatey was one for Windows. We have Brew on Mac. We've got a bunch of ways to kind of hopefully make an application installable, easy. But Docker brings that to make it so it's like, well, I don't care what OS as long as Docker runs. That's all you have to worry about. And as a developer, that's really nice to just test it in Docker and not have to test it on every other OS. This also helps with dependencies. We can bring in our dependencies and make sure that the dependencies we need are inside the Docker container, as opposed to relying on the OS. And this really hits with Python and some of the other things, or in some other stacks. Also, we can deploy other containers to utilize our primary container, like a database container, for example, that one we need to bring in instead of installing that as a separate dependency in our application. The bigger the application, the more likely you are for a long list of containers. The other thing Docker does is gives us a separate network stack. Now we'll talk about that network stack and the options you have there. There are some benefits to having that. It kind of some little bit of network isolation. Also, again, making an environment that's the same. And you're supposed to be able to run on my computer or any computer, right? It's that is the dream and the goal of Docker containers. So let's talk about Docker versus virtual machine. So we have this, diagram of the two different stacks, and at the bottom we have a hardware, and that's a CPU, RAM, and hard drives. That's the primary things that go into our computing platforms in some way, shape, or form. Then we have an operating system on top of that, and then we have the host user space. And then once we get to the next layer, this is where they change. We have virtual machines, which is something like VMware or VirtualBox, Hyper-V. Those are all examples of type 2 hypervisors. We also have some hypervisors that run virtual machines like ESXi, which is supposedly type 1, and some KVM, it's whatever. So we have some other solutions to run virtual machines. And then on the right-hand side, we got a container engine, which in our case would be Docker, and the containers. Now, once we get past that layer, we run into differences. And if you look over in the VM side, we have to virtualize the hardware, also the guest OS and the guest OS user space, and then the apps on top of that. So we actually repeat a crap ton of stuff there, including the operating system, which eats up to a ton of space, right? Which is why some of your VMs are 100 gigs, especially when we get into the Windows stuff, though Docker doesn't help us too much more in that space because there's not really Docker for Windows and it's limited beta. But over in container side for the Unix-based platforms, we can containerize our applications, and we don't have to virtualize the hardware or the guest OS, which is really nice. There is one weak side to that, which is that in the Docker scenario, we are sharing the host OS kernel. So whatever that is, it will be shared inside of Docker. But in general, from an application developer standpoint, you don't really have to worry about that. All you have to know is that if it runs in this Docker container, it should run on any host that can run Docker. And that's the dream. The other big thing that Docker containers do is they allow us to get a lot more performance. So instead of virtualizing all this hardware, which creates inefficiencies in how it runs, we can just use the kernel, and we have a lot less overhead to run these containers. So the big dream in the cell when containers first started really hitting the scene is that I can run way more applications on one host than with a virtual machine cluster, because containers don't need the kind of resources that each virtual machine does to create the same kind of isolation. All right. Why Docker? Again, we talked about a lot of these bullets seem to be the same, but it's a free open source active project. A lot of people making Docker containers, and that's really where we get into not repeating or reinventing the wheel. There's a large amount of Docker containers to do a lot of stuff out there. It's also well documented. There's a lot of documentation that the Docker, I think it's like organization has about running and using Docker, and it makes our code portable, like I said, and that's awesome. We can also use it with Git repos and get version control, so you can decide what version of a Docker container you want to use. Sometimes that's really useful, as opposed to uninstalling something, reinstalling it to get the version, and you can switch very fast. You also get application isolation, so we can start to isolate applications inside their own kind of stack-network. And it's not quite as secure, arguably, as virtual machines, minus any of the Spectre type stuff, but it does allow us to have application isolation where they're not necessarily going to be able to talk to each other. What are some of the pitfalls of Docker? One of them is Docker networking complexity. I've heard that as a chief complaint with using Docker. Oh, well, I would use Docker, but I don't understand how the network works. Like, the network is confusing. I don't want another virtual network. And arguably speaking, VMs do the same thing. But if you just are new to something, you might not understand how Docker networking works. It does add a little bit of complexity. So for everyone who's traditionally used to just installing it on the OS or just managing a virtual machine, now I'm managing a virtual machine and installing a Docker container, and that that complexity and lack of understanding also kind of runs people away or adds to the configuration. Also, image cleanup. I've had multiple systems where you get a lot of Docker image because they're fall out in layers, and they could take up a bunch of space if you don't clean them up. So that's something else I noticed with Docker containers. Kind of a small nuance though. All right, let's look at the components of Docker. So we got Docker build, on the client, we have, let's say you have 3 different commands. There's more commands than this, but some of the bigger ones, Docker build, Docker pull, and Docker run. And what those do is they talk to the Docker daemon that would be running on the host operating system. And when you do something like a Docker build, it actually will reference the image at the top, pull that from a registry if it's required, save that image to the host, and then build a container based on that image, and then add any other commands that you've typed into that Docker build. Docker pull will just pull the image from a registry, and Docker run will kind of run that image. So if we say we want to run this image without modifying it and give it a couple commands, and the first command we'd like to execute, we can do that. We could also run Docker run and specify a image that's only on our host, not in a registry, so one that we've customized, and use it that way as well. Let's talk about that Docker network. So there's 3 ways to run the Docker network, okay? The first one is the most common, and it's a bridge network. What happens is when you type Docker run Ubuntu, for example, it will use by default a bridge network, and it will put the container inside of the network. When we configured in Ansible that when we installed Docker, you saw at the bottom I said I was making a network. Those are the IP addresses that'll be in there. I toned it down to a -24, but the default is a bit bigger. I think it's a -16. And what'll happen is when the container gets started, it gets one of those IP addresses from that range, all right? And it is part of this little Docker interface. Now, they call it bridge because that network is bridged with most likely your primary Ethernet interface or whatever interface on that box. Each container connects to the Docker network and then outbound to the rest of the networks through that bridge. The next one is none. This is not very common, but you can do this. You can actually run Docker run -- network none, and it would just be a container, no networking, okay? So you cannot network to it. You can connect to the shell and run commands on it, but it has no networking, okay? So not very useful, but it is possible. The last one is host-based networking. And in this scenario, when you have TACK equals host, when the Docker container runs, any processes that utilize the network stack, any ports that may be open, they will be open on the host. So it doesn't do a bridge, it's a direct connection between the host networking stack. So you open up, if typically your application or whatever application you start inside your Docker container, in this example, let's say it runs on port 5000, port 5000 will now be open on your host. You don't have to do any port mapping. In contrast, if you use the bridge networking and you do want to open up a port to talk to that container, you will have to specify that. use the TACP flag, and you would type in, for example, if I wanted to open up port 80 inside of a Docker container, I would say TACP port 80 colon port 80 to map my host port 80 to my Docker port 80 inside the container. Now they can be a mismatch, so the external or the host port could be different than the Docker port, so on and so forth. All right, let's run through some simple Docker commands. So the first one here is Docker run, and this one is, pretty simple command that you're probably going to utilize. Docker run -it means for interactive terminal, and the name Ubuntu is going to pull the Ubuntu image. By default, it will pull the latest image from the registry if you do not have another image on your system called Ubuntu. And then the last is the command I want to execute on that. So bin-bash, what that does, it drops me into an interactive shell since I typed in IT, or -it for interactive terminal. Below that, we have the Docker PS command. This is equivalent to all the Docker processes that are running. And in here, you can see we have container ID, image, the command, and this is a current running container. You can also see the ports that are open. Those 0.0.0.0 means open on all IP addresses, and then the port mapping that are used. In this particular image, you can see I was running Neo4j and opening up some of those ports. Another common command, Docker pull. So this is going to pull down an image from the registry. You can see that I did two here. I just typed Docker pull, and you can see it defaults to the tag of latest. So it downloads the latest image. If it's already there, then it will, just check the SHA-256 sum of the image, and there you go. But you can also type in Docker pull Ubuntu colon the image number. So in this case, or the tag, in this case, 20.04. In my case, if you don't type in Ubuntu any tag, the latest actually is 20.04. So it's the same one. Didn't change anything there, but this is how you pull down images before. Now, if you type Docker run and you have an image that's not on your system, you don't need to pull it first. Docker will actually just pull the image for you. We also have Docker build. And what this will do is it'll take a Docker file that you have on your system and build that file. We're going to look at that in the next slide here. But a very simple version of that would be Docker build with a period, and that means to build the Docker file that's in the current folder I'm in. You can see once it executes, it starts running whatever commands were in there. Last, we have Docker images. If we type this in, we can see all the Docker images that are on your host right now. You might have there's a bunch of ones that I've used in here. And so these are just some images that are already on my host and the size when they were created. Now, let's look at this Docker file quickly. We'll start from the top. There's the from, which is Ubuntu Focal. So I want to use the image Ubuntu Focal. Maintainer, this is maintainer who set this image up. And then we have environment variables that if you want to set those, you can set an environment variable. This one's common for Debian front end, non-interactive. And then we're running a command at the shell here. So this is apt-get install apt-get update and apt-get install, and then all the packages we want to do. Also in here, you can see we set some more environment variables and maybe copy some folders, run some commands. And at the very end here, we expose port 80 and 443 in the container. Now, if you don't pass those through to the host, what that'll mean is that other containers can talk to that, but not the other host on the network. If that makes sense, right? In the Docker network, they can talk, but not outside. Last is the entry point, or in this in this instance, the CMD, which is the command that's going to first run when the Docker container. When you run a Docker when you make a Docker file, you're most likely going to do something once, and that's kind of the entry point of the command that gets ran. All right, so that was a Docker build, but we can also use Docker Compose. Now, Docker Compose can do two things. In this case, we can build an image. So we'll have services. In this example, I have services, backend, and then I'm saying build. And that's going to build whatever Docker files next to this Docker Compose. And I maybe pass it some arguments. In addition, I can then execute that build after it is running with some more environment variables and a command. at the very bottom there, you can see we open up some ports. We're going to use a Docker Compose in the lab, and we're also going to do a Docker build, and we're going to kind of get to play around with that. All right, so what does the lab look like? So in this lab, we are going to use the VM that we have in DigitalOcean. So it's already running, and we've kind of configured the OS. We installed Docker with Ansible. It's ready to go. Now we're just going to SSH into that Ubuntu image with VS Code, and we're going to run some Docker commands on it and see what's going on. All right, so the goals to deploy a pre-made Docker container from Docker run, deploying a Docker container using Docker Compose, and we're also going to make this container persistent. You can follow along at workshop.hackerops.dev. I'm going to be in the lab 3 part. All right, let's switch over. All right, so I am going to minimize these, maximize this screen here. So we are connected to our DigitalOcean instance, okay? We're not on our VM anymore. We're just SSH'd from our host to, what do you call it? SSH from our host to this DigitalOcean. Now, when we ran Ansible, we installed Docker already, so that should already be ready to go. So let's do the first command, and let's do a Docker run. So I'm doing Docker run TTY interactive, and I'm calling Kali with the bash command. Ooh, that should have worked. Shouldn't have to type sudo, but here we go. All right, so with that, we have an instance of Kali, right? And we can run all the Kali packages that would typically be in there, whatever we want to do from right here. This is kind of a simple take, just being able to run Kali and not having to install all these things with Docker, which is pretty useful. And there's a lot of stuff that's configured in Kali that you don't actually realize if you were to try to manually configure it. But let's take it one step further. So let's control exit out of this, and let's run this command. And we're going to be pulling from a public Docker repo, which is going to actually deploy Kali in the browser. And type sudo in there. All right, so this might take a second, hopefully not too long, but it is a pretty big image. That's also the benefit of running it in DigitalOcean. They have very fast internet, so you don't have to worry about downloading it. All right. Trying to think here, because this is going to take a second here to download this image. So over here when we did run, I'm just kind of switching gears back to the Ansible that we had finished. You can see that it had ran all the commands, executed all the stuff we wanted, and we didn't get any errors. So everything should have executed properly. And Docker's still going over here. Now, what's happening here is this is downloading an image. If you're following in the guide, you can go to the repo, which I guess I can pull that up because. So this right here is a Docker images made for Kali. Parrot is also in here as well. And what this repo allows us to do is actually get Kali in a web browser, which is pretty cool. And it allows you to use Kali without having to, set up VNC and all the other fun things that kind of come along with interacting with Kali. Now, if you just want a Kali terminal, that's fine, and that may be the case, but you might want to run some other tools, like for example, like Burp Suite or some other kind of like, you know, GUI based tool, and this is going to allow you to do it. So I'm going to switch back over here. It looks like this is done. And what happens is that once it's done, I'm getting this randomly generated passwords and I get this address. Now, if you look at the command I entered, I'm going to zoom in here. I opened up port 80 for this internal port 6080, right? And what that means is that the internal port in Docker is 6080, but my public port or my public IP address of 80 or public IP and port 80 should go directly to this Docker container. So let's go ahead and open it up. So I'm gonna open up, this is Edge, which is technically just Chrome for anybody who is curious. And I'm gonna grab this IP address, which I don't know off the top of my head, but it's right here. And I'm going to go to that on port 80. And hey, we get prompted for a password. So we'll grab the password that got spit out from here. Right here. It's VNC password. There you go. And we will put it in. Right. Now we got Kali in the browser, but it's kind of not formatted very good here. So a quick trick for this is type VNC, I think it's .html, and then go to this little gear right here, turn scaling mode to remote resizing. So this is going to resize the window, and just go ahead and press connect again. So this is going to connect back to this Kali instance. All right, cool. So now we got Kali in a browser. And, you know, there's some definite legitimate uses for this. You could, you know, run burp or run whatever, you know, interact. You could do little engagements all in the browser right here. And, you know, never necessarily need to install it in a VM, right? And what's cool also about this is that once you close this down, so down here, this is running. When I close it, it removes it. And if I don't need the image anymore, I can remove it in pretty much one line. And I got Kali in a browser. Makes it really easy to use. Now, let's try to do this, but let's try to do the same thing, but actually, no, we're gonna move to the Docker file and then we'll move into the Docker Compose. Sorry. So, all right, that is cool. Let's move to building our own Docker files now. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this out, stop this container, and what do you call it? Let's make a file on our computer, and or let's make a folder, excuse me. And this folder is on the server. I'm gonna call it in-packet. And yep, that's a file, not a folder. That's cool. Let's try this again. Oh, well, now there's a file name there, so I can't do that. That's great. All right, let's try this again. All right, so I'll make this folder called in-packet. Inside of there, I'll make a new file called Docker file. And cool. So you see down in the bottom, I didn't do this on my build. I'm pretty sure it was in instructions. It's like, hey, do you want to install this extension to work with Docker? You can just press install, and there you go. Now we have Docker syntax highlighting. I am going to be making a quick in-packet container. For those who haven't used in-packet, I use it all the time on the internal assessments. It's pretty useful for interacting with things like SMB, WinRM, doing things like secret dump. There's a lot of different things it can do. Now, we can run this in a Docker container and not have to worry about all the dependencies that Python has or requires, right? When it was Python 2, it was a little bit worse. Now it's finally moved to Python 3. It's better, but you know what? Sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. So with this Docker file, I'm going to say I'm going to pull from Python the latest. So I'm pulling latest 3.7, I think it is. And then I'm going to run this pip upgrade. I'm going to clone the repo, cdn, and run this command. And then I'm going to set the entry point to bash, right? Now, if we want to build this, I'm going to go into the in-packet folder here, and no, too much scroll. All right, so paste this in, Docker build. The T is for the tag, we're gonna call it in-packet, and then I'm putting the dot there to use the Docker file here. And I'm running into the sudo issue, but it's good. So what this does is it's going to download the Python library and then run the commands. Now you see how there's all these different layers here. There's pool complete, extracted. What that is each command becomes a layer. A layer gets hashed. The more layers you have, actually the each layer, depending if you change one thing, would only pull down that one piece of the layer. So after it's pulled down these layers, it's now running the build process, which is going to install in-packet and all of the pip dependencies. Now, this is not on my computer. It's inside this image, right, as a Docker container. So to run this, and you can see there's nothing here. And if you were to try to run in-packet on your computer on the from the shell here, it's definitely not there. But if you want to run this, we'd run docker run it and then --rm in-packet. And sudo, it's really getting me here. All right, so now we have this shell with a random host name, but you know what we have in here is WMI and WMI exec and all the in-packet tools. Sweet, ready to go. And we can talk to our host network through this container. We don't need to really set up any port mapping to talk to other hosts, and we can go from there. Now, there are some nuances if you want to get like traffic to come back to you and other things like that, where you have to open up some ports. But for the most part, yeah, this is a great way to do these connections. Now, one last thing we can do, I'm going to exit out of this container. One last thing we could do, we could also make an alias. So let's say I don't want to always type that in, or I don't remember the command. I just want to make it in-packet. So now I can just type in-packet and, well, sudo. It's going to get me today. I think I got to refresh my, no, that should have worked actually. Yeah, it's not going to work until I can do it like that. I got to switch the user because the, you got to be killing me, dude. Killing me, Smalls. All right, so yes, this would work, but the problem is that I need to add the alias to the sudo user, so I actually have to switch user to root, add it to that, but the root user, shoot, I'm just gonna do it here. All right, so if we were to run this, add the alias, and then I should be able to type in-packet here. Magic. Okay, so the reason that was happening is because my user, for whatever reason, is not part of the sudo, or it is part of the sudo group, but it's not part of the passwordless sudo. So anyways, moving on. I'm going to exit out of that and exit out of root. And let's move to the next piece. So, right, we got this in-packet. And yeah, it should be in Docker users, but something happened, and we're just gonna drive on this one. What do you call it? Let's move. We've got to play with Docker run. We got to play with some of in-packet and just being able to make these like simplified containers. And you got to see building a Docker run. This is, you know, a Docker file, excuse me, pretty simple. But let's build a Docker compose. So let's modify that Kali image that we played around with. So, oops. All right, so we have this in-packet. I'm gonna go ahead and git clone the image for that Kali in HTML5. We'll grab that, and you can see, if we go back over here to files, you can see it's over here. And we have a couple folders, Kali and Parrot, and then README. Now, inside of here is a Docker file, which we're going to execute. But to do it, we're actually going to make it Docker compose. So inside this Docker image folder, let's make a new file. We're going to call it Docker compose.yaml. Yay. All right. Now, inside of there, we are going to build or quickly paste in this Docker compose document or build. Now, what this is, they're saying, hey, we want to call Kali. I'm just calling it XFCE. You can call it whatever you want, but the build variable right here is the folder that the Docker file is in. In this case, we want to build from the .kali. And then the image, we can name this whatever we want, but I'm just calling it Kali HTML5. And container name, same thing. I'm going to open up that port. This is another way to describe like that TACP flag. So on public port 80, I'm going to route to internal Docker container 6080. Now I'm also going to pass some environment variables in here because I want to hard set the VNC password, root password, and X user password. Not to say that randomly generating passwords is bad, but I don't want to have to open up the shell every time. I'd rather just set the password here and capture that. We're also going to enable a capacity. So this is pretty much a kernel flag to add the net admin. And then restart, I'm setting it to always. So if it crashes, it'll restart the container. And then last, we're going to use a persistent volume. So if you were to play around with that Kali instance in the web browser, you'll realize that you don't get to save the data to a folder. Like if you change anything in there, the settings get lost, right? So we're going to use a persistent volume, and this is a bind mount. So I'm going to bind the // which is going to be in this folder, to /home x user, which is part of this Docker file. Now, let's open up that Docker file for Kali, and let's look at it. So in there, you could see that we're taking from Kali rolling, and we're running a bunch of commands. We have to install a bunch of things to make this all work. We're also installing a bunch of packages. Some of these you might not want, and in fact, if you don't want ARP-scan, you could just take it out, and now your build doesn't have ARP-scan, or a bunch of these are, AirCrack-NG. I don't know how many times you're doing wireless assessments on a cloud instance, but so you could take all of that stuff out because you don't need it or want it. Now, let's do one last thing in here, and let's change the background. So he does a bunch of things. He installs XFC. He's using NoVNC. He's using this WebSocket library for NoVNC, and he's setting up a supervisor, and he's running his entry points. So a lot of stuff going on. But one thing I thought was interesting is he's setting the background in here. So I'm going to go ahead and change that background to this. This is just a command that gets run to set the background image for this container. And I'm going to change it to a BHIS background. All right. And then one last thing I found out, and this is a free push or a free pull request. If anybody wants to make it, I didn't make it. But what happened is there's a dependency in here for the NoVNC. And what happened was they changed this. This is not going to be called launch.sh. I found this out after I was building out this lab, and the upstream NoVNC had actually changed it. It should be NoVNC proxy. I'm not sure why they changed the name, but irrelevant. It's true. But to rebuild this, if even this developer were to try to build this image again, it would fail because this program would not run. It doesn't exist there. I actually have there's a link in the document to the actual line and in GitHub where they changed that and changed the name of it. And the last thing we want to do is look at this entry point file. So if you look at the Docker file, we're running install, we're setting some commands, we're doing a bunch of stuff here. And then the first thing we do though is run this entry point.sh, right? Now, what does that file do? So this is just a bash script, and what it's going to do is, hey, echo this out, and it's going to set the host name or echo out the host name. But it's also right here where we're setting the random password. Now, I want to use environment variables instead. So I'm going to change those 3 lines. So we're setting variable 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to change those to $root_password, $user_password, and $VNC_password. Those are environment variables that when I run the Docker container will exist. And that should be all we need to do. Now, with all of those settings changed, with the Docker Compose, now the password's going to get set to this for that, and it should spin up our host. In addition, it should make it a persistent volume mount for the X user. So let's go into that folder here, Docker images, and you'll see we have this Docker Compose file, and let's type Docker up. Oh. Sudo. All right, cool. All right, so it's going to build this image for us, and this is going to take a minute. So it's going to take about 14 minutes to build this image, last time I checked. And after it is done, you should be able to go to the same IP address, but instead the password will be this that we've set in our environment variables. The background will be changed, and it should be a persistent image, meaning that the data in there is staying persistent. So I guess I will show you that before we start up the last section here, because it's going to take about 14 minutes, and I don't want to just sit here and dance around. So I think I'm going to close out that for lab 3, and then beginning of lab 4 here, I'll just show you that it is completed, and we'll move into the next slides. But yeah, that's it for lab 3.
Very cool. Are you doing an early break then?
Yeah, we're gonna do an early break here, and then when I start back up here, we'll what do you call it? I'll show it just that it's completed, then we'll move to the last section.
Sounds good. So we'll start back up at top of the hour. Does that sound good? So you can get a bio break.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, rock on. If Jason's around.
Of course I'm around. Here.
So we're going to talk about the PreShow Banter Con, Wild West Hackin Fest. What were we going to talk about?
Wild West Hackin Fest first, and then we'll talk about PreShow Banter Con. So John, Wild West Hackin Fest, it's the 5th year. It's in Deadwood. It's beautiful. Make sure you rent a car ahead of time or take the.
We are going to have a bus again. So we will be doing shuttling from the airport back up to Deadwood because they tend to run out of rental cars. But the bus is fun. Getting a bunch of security people to come hang out in a bus and drive for an hour to get up to the hotel works out great as well. And then once you're there, like if you got, I would be more concerned about getting hotel rooms in Deadwood.
Sure.
That's the stuff that tends to go out first. Make sure you get a room because I'll be down with the bus. I'll be greeting people as they come off the airplanes, handing out lays, saying, welcome to South Dakota, the hacking conference. We set up a little mini con at we call it Airport Con, where I sit and play backdoors and breaches. And we got snacks and all kinds of stuff in the luggage area. But yeah, just absolutely check it out and hope to see you there. Also, if you can't come like physically, which you should, because we have like a steak dinner, mechanical bowl, and so many hands-on labs, it's ridiculous. You can attend it virtually as well. And if you come virtually, we'll send you a swag bag and you'll get access to MetaCTF, the cyber range, all kinds of additional challenges. So there's a lot going on even in the virtual realm for Wild West Hackin Fest.
Yeah, what most people say is that they weren't able to do all the things even at a virtual con. Like it's not like a bad thing, there's too much to do, but there's a lot of choices. So if there's something you're like, I don't know, that's interesting. Even a virtual escape room.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the virtual escape room. That worked out really well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately the whole goal is that you have so much going on that there's literally no way that you could do absolutely everything in the conference whatsoever. So you're like, I gotta come back next year. That's what we're looking for.
Andrea said they can't wait, so thank you. So that's Wallace Hackin Fest. And then, Bo, you're responsible for this.
Yes.
Bo
What did I
made
do?
some kind of
Oh,
joke at
well,
one
the
point.
wheels of the bus, they go round and round. You under them.
Yeah, Bo said something at a pre-show banter, like, hey, we should do like 24 hours of pre-show banter and call it pre-show banter con or something. That's the way I remember it.
Yeah,
That's exactly what happened.
happened.
And then I was like, yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
This just sounds like a good idea. I think there was a little bit more to it. I think you mentioned it to me and I was like, dear God, no. And based on my visceral reaction, you're like, well, this is going to happen now.
Yeah, because you having that kind of like, oh, no way. I was like, oh, that's a good idea then.
Yeah,
Perfect.
this has to happen now. This has to be.
And not because you said it was a bad idea, or it was just how much you didn't
it was
want
going
to.
to kill me.
So join us on October 15th to 16th in every time zone in the entire world, because we're going to be live for 24 hours doing pre-show BanterCon. It's going to be this for 24 hours, except we're going to do everything that we can possibly think of for 24 hours. I think John's going to sing at some point at 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time.
Yeah.
Bo's
Nice.
going to play music.
I'll play some music. Yeah, sounds fun.
Yeah.
We got to still have to figure out how to pipe it through so it sounds good over GoToWebinar or whatever platform, Restream, whatever it needs.
Yeah, and John and I will be there the whole 24 hours. Everybody else will have shifts and things. Yep.
Wait, what?
So John and I will be there the whole 24 hours, except we can fall asleep.
When
we can
other
fall
people are
asleep.
doing things. And now
Yeah,
Egypt's
that'll be
gonna
one of the
juggle.
hours.
Egypt's going to juggle for the next 4 hours later.
And the whole reason we're doing this, we're raising money for charity. We haven't figured out how much we want to raise yet, but I'm thinking a solid $1 million.
Solid $1 million would be good. If we could raise a solid $1 million for Innocent Lives Foundation, I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah. So we're gonna raise money the whole 24. We're gonna have one of those things where we like can, like add the dollar amount to like, all right, everybody.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
It's not good, anyone. It's not. We've been here for 18 hours. This is not.
It would be like NPR. It's like we can't sleep until we've raised $1 million. And then people are just gonna look at us and be like, "You're gonna die."
Yeah, I was. We were joking, and not like joking, but we were saying that we spent years and years building up goodwill, and somehow we're going to destroy it in 24 hours.
All in one night. So yeah, Ashley was asking what charity. We are doing Innocent Lives Foundation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
That is one. We're also going to raise some money for open source projects. So we're going to bring the authors on to raise money for their open source project. We're going to work with the Porchetta Industries to be able to raise money for some additional open source projects. That's Marcello's.
Marcello,
Yep.
yeah.
And that's really kind of an important thing because, many people don't know this, but whenever we do training at BHIS or Antisyphon, 10% of all the money that we make goes to open source projects. And sometimes we do it for charities, but we generally try to keep it for technical open source projects. And the reason is whenever you go to a training or you go to any enterprise, they're using all of these open source tools and they're using them and they're free, and that's great. But then whenever you meet the developers of these tools, it's usually like one person who's like completely sketched out. Like if you look at SSL, there was a bunch of OpenSSL vulnerabilities, and there was a bunch of websites that were ripping on the OpenSSL dev team, saying, how could they allow these vulnerabilities to persist? And what we found out is OpenSSL was basically maintained by 2 individuals who are doing it in their spare time. So like something that is like this core of security for the entire planet is 2 volunteers working out of their basement, and they're getting ripped apart. So what we found out that was kind of interesting is whenever we started giving money to open source developers, a lot of them had no idea how to accept money. We're like, hey, we want to pay you 10%. This is like $2,000 or something like that for a class that we just did. How do we get that to you? They're like, wait, what? Yeah, we're going to give you money. Why? Because you released this tool that literally everyone uses. No one does that. What's wrong with you? It's like, go get a freaking PayPal account and I can Venmo or something so I can give you money. Mm-hmm. And it's amazing how many people that just do this stuff for the love of it just they're completely blown away whenever somebody gives them money. But at the same time, like training organizations make sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars off of teaching free tools. This is just a way to give back.
Yeah. Someone asked what time zone we're going to be in. We're going to be in all of them, but I believe it's going to start at 10:59 a.m. Eastern time, which will be 8:59 a.m. John's time. So that way we can have a whole night's sleep to go into it, and then we can end and then go back to sleep after it ends.
Yes, that's the idea. That's the idea.
I think I'm sending my wife and daughter away to go stay
Probably
at an Airbnb.
Like the day before, the day of, the day after is the most important. Like the day of, you don't want people coming in, right, and asking you questions, but it's the day after that you really just want to go away to your own deserted island with a volleyball.
Yeah. Yeah, so thanks, Bo.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Now, we had one question. Will the recorded YouTube videos for today cover all the 4 hours of content? I believe the answer is yes, and then some. The setup as well.
Setup too.
Yeah, it's going to be this. There is nothing, we're not editing it. It's just going to be the raw video. And so if you want to fast forward through parts of it, you can. We're going to put chapter points in. So Brian's going to do that where we put major chapter points in, say, hour 1, hour 2, hour 3. So you can jump to those if you want to.
Very cool. Somebody said in Deadwood, do I need a car to visit the sites, or are there tour buses? If you want to go see the Black Hills and see like Crazy Horse and Mount Rushmore, then you're going to need a rental car. I recommend getting on that like right now.
I rented a car the other day and there was one left.
So you're screwed.
Yeah.
Or you can just pal around with Steve.
I'm gonna
Someone
hitchhike.
asked how can we get the Thundercat Red Team shirt? You can't, unless at some point in the future we do a best of t-shirt thing. Once we sell through all the t-shirts, we don't make anymore, but I think we might bring the like Black Hills Classics shirt for next year.
Yeah, because that one's a big one. The Blue Team Bears is a big one. Proudly sucking at capitalism. I got people asking for that all the time. And then the Joy Division shirt. We see that one. A lot of requests for those too.
Yeah. So while I was Hackin Fest, 24-hour pre-show BanterCon, we got a lot coming up. Plus we're releasing the zine. Got the new t-shirt collection coming out. We got, and then we also do pen test.
Yeah, we do that. Oh, yeah, crap. Yeah, that keeps the lights on. If you need us to break into places to help make sure that people can't break into places, like call us, consulting at blackhillsinfosec.com, or check out our website, blackhillsinfosec.com. We do pen testing and SOC services and incident response. We do all the security stuffs. It's not just free webcasts. Like we do have to put our kids through college somehow.
Is someone asked today, like, oh, Black Hills is a business? Yeah.
I've had that come up to me too. It's like, you guys just don't do free webcasts? It's like, no, like we do actually do this for a living, which is huge. I'm not saying anything, but it's kind of important whenever you're taking a class to actually take a class from someone who actually does the thing that they're teaching, which I think is important.
Somebody asked about bringing back stickers from the last DerbyCon. Are we bringing back some stickers?
We had a DerbyCon.
We had the red balloon stickers because we were trolling.
Oh, that's right. We're
Dave.
trolling Dave. That's right.
But we have some new stickers that are coming out. So if you order anything from the Spearfish General Store right now, you're going to get the new stickers that can be added.
Just because.
Gotta have
All
the
right,
sticker.
Ralph. All right. He's back. All right.
Back.
Here we go. Last hour. Woo.
Right. Yep, let's take this home. All right. Let's see if I can share my screen again. Sharing? All right, cool. All right. So before I left you guys, I ran the this Kali build and, took about 10 minutes to build this Kali image kind of from scratch and add all the other stuff in here. But it's up. You can see that the password got set to this environment variable, which is what we wanted. And I'm going to switch over to my browser real quick. And oops, no, we're going to do it in the, yeah, we're going to do it right here. Sorry. Sorry, switching back and forth there. All right, so we'll open this back up again and make sure this is set to, yep, remote resizing, cool, set that. We're gonna enter the password and it should be what we set the environment variable to be. Send credentials. All right, cool, look, Black Hills, we got this resized desktop. Now, just to prove that this does work, this is the home folder. I'm gonna create an empty document. Cool. And if we go look over on our DigitalOcean instance, we will see, hopefully, that there is a home folder here. There is inside of there all of our files, and there's just cool files. So now if we restart this container, it will have that file. Now, another thing, last thing to note on this Docker Compose, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. If you add the TAC D flag to Docker Compose, it will run it in the background so that because now since I know the password, I don't need it to tell me all this information. I can do this, and now it's running in the background. I'd have the same effect if I do Docker PS, which, by the way, I fixed it. It was just my terminal needed to be reset. Well, maybe not. Well, screw it. Anyways, Docker PS, you'll see this image. It's running, it's been up. You'll see that the ports pass through. So now if we want to stop this image, we can do Docker stop. And then the image name, sorry. So in our case, it's Kali HTML5. And good to go. It should stop here in a second. All right, so that's all I wanted to show you with the Docker Labs, and let's move on to the last section, guys. Pull up these slides. One second, guys. Sorry. All right. And slides. All right, cool. All right, so we got to play around a little bit with Docker, and we ran Docker Compose. We built our own Docker file. We customized a little bit. We made persistent volumes. And now we're rounding out the curve here for the last hour, and we're going to switch gears just a little bit, and we're going to talk about C2. Now, the other night, I was like, hey, how many C2s are out there for command and control? And I was like, all right, I'm gonna grab as many pictures as I can find. And this is what I could find in the short amount of time that I was doing it. And these are a bunch of different C2s that are out there. And it's interesting because it seems like, I think it was about last year, became the year of the C2, as I like to call it. And there were just so many people making C2s. And I think, my hypothesis around this is that, we've had these frameworks for a little bit. I think Cobalt Strike's been out for a while. And I think that people were making C2 frameworks because EDR started rolling on the scene, so more stuff was getting caught. Metasploit wasn't good enough. And every time you made a new C2 framework, it just eventually got detected, and it just went to roll back, and everyone's kind of reinventing the wheel over and over again, which kind of interesting. But there is a ton of C2 frameworks out there. And I haven't played with every single one of them, and they all have their own little nuances, and most of them are free. Some of them are commercial though, including Cobalt Strike. But there is a lot of C2 frameworks out there. And we are going to be talking about Mythic today. And the reason why is, I've used a bunch of C2 frameworks. I haven't used them all. Obviously, there's been a bunch that have come out, but Mythic's a pretty interesting project, and actually it's got a little bit more history than, it came from actually another, or grew up from another project. And it's a pretty cool C2 framework. And what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about it and maybe why it's useful, why you would want to use it on your engagement. And then we'll work through a Ansible playbook to deploy Mythic. Now, I'm going to go into some of the nuances of them them building Mythic CLI and other things like that, and me building a Ansible playbook to do kind of the same thing they're doing. So, but Mythic's pretty cool. So let's talk about it. So why Mythic? Why this C2 out of kind of like the list of C2s? Now, I have actually a lot of experience with Cobalt Strike, and it's not a free tool. It does cost money. But it has its own issues. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, even though they have developers working on it. And you got to realize to just Cobalt Strike specifically is that it has grown up as well, trying to fight with EDR and fighting the tools and stuff. And when it comes down to really being an effective C2 framework, it really comes down to the operator and that tool being as flexible as possible. So why we're talking about Mythic today, though, is because again, free and open source. It embraces Docker and maybe more than any other thing that I've seen. Everything is a container, and that's great. It's maybe adds a little bit more complexity than you would want if you're not used to containers, but it does add a lot of easy development. It has a web interface, which a lot of the other C2 frameworks do. That's kind of like the way going forward. I haven't seen anyone really kind of take the lead as like the best C2 with what do you call it, the undisputed C2, but whatever one takes over, for example, like, the leader as, Cobalt, it's going to have a web interface. Running a client side is just ridiculous nowadays, especially considering that this whole Discord app that I have open is just Electron. It's just a web app, right? It also supports multiple users, which is super useful. You can have multiple user roles and other stuff like that. So you can actually run one Mythic server to run multiple campaigns. I'd probably advise against that, but that kind of feature set is in there. One of the big reasons why Mythic, or why to play with this, besides the fact that you guys get to deploy for free because it's open source, and I have playbooks for Cobalt Strike, but I don't want to be like, hey, it'd be cool if you had a key, right? Is that you get to bring your own agent. And so what that means is that you get to develop your own agent and then use on your engagements. And when you look back at the last slide and you saw all these C2 frameworks, and then we kept coming out with more C2 frameworks because they were getting detected. And the last one was not doing something OPSEC, and they added this new OPSEC, and then they got detected, and so on and so forth. And the real problem is we don't need another whole framework to just avoid detection. We just need a new kind of like the payload, the agent, right? So Mythic is really designed to do that, to build your agent, right? There are some examples of agents and they can do things, but they're not really OPSEC based. That they're not supposed to be. They're supposed to just be, hey, this is how you build an agent. Cool. Now you go make it good for what you need it to be, right? But you don't need to worry about building this web interface and adding these user roles and all kinds of like nuances. Like I said, reinventing the wheel when you don't need to. You just want to get on your target, get a callback, and start making commands in the most OPSEC safe way. And that's when you're going to want to build your own. And I don't want to build the C2. I just want to build what's going to probably get detected. Again, this allows you to build your own OPSEC, so you can build tools that just have 2 commands in it. They're not going to be signatured. They're not publicly shared around, other things like that. There are tons of things that you're probably going to want to do when you're actually landing, like the stage 1 versus more of a long-term payload versus a short-term or your interactive style payload agent. There's a lot to unpack there. It's also not just for Windows. Since we're building our own payloads, we're not just saying, oh, this only works on Windows, right? We can build it for Mac and build it for other without changing the interface that we interact with, and the C2 framework. We don't have to change that. So your payload or agent is totally separate from how you manage it, which is really cool. So some pitfalls, right? If you're not experienced, writing your own agent can be a daunting task. Truth be told, it's where we're going. Whether you want to be there or not is whether you want to be detected or not. So writing your own agent is going to be more of what you're going to have to do, but it is a barrier to entry that other C2 frameworks may not have. Oh, well, I spit something out. It's not very OPSEC friendly, but I spit it out for you. It works. And arguably, Mythic can do that too. I can give you plenty of OPSEC unfriendly things that work, and we'll use one in this lab, but still, you need to build your own agent to really capitalize. Reporting is limited. It's there. I'm not trying to just knock it down, but I think some other tools have a little bit better reporting. It just depends on how you consume that information. It does have something cool, which it does have an API to pull down information, so you could actually really extend this a bit further. But again, development, money, time, free, right? It's free. Lots of Docker. I love Docker. It's a lot of Docker stuff. I can deploy a ton of containers, and they've gone through a couple iterations to try to simplify that. But yeah, there's a lot of containers going on, and it's not the simplest C2. It's not bad. It's just there are definitely there are simpler C2s, but at a cost, right? The simpler a C2 is, the less feature it has, the less ability to get it to work for your situation or OPSEC and work through scenarios that are more complex or less common, right? So it does take a little bit more work to set up. All right, so this is a diagram of the Mythic layout, and this is shamelessly pulled directly from their documentation. And this is the newer version, which that's what we're going to be deploying. And what you have here is you have in this diagram, they have some operators, the web UI, right? So you have your React interface, and then that's communicating to an Nginx reverse proxy. They added that in, and then that's communicating to a couple more Docker containers. And some of those, one of those is a documentation. Another one is they're using GraphQL to do some of the API, transformations. Pretty cool stuff, actually. GraphQL can do some really cool stuff, especially talking back to databases and being able to talk in one language. And also for messaging, they're using RabbitMQ, again, another Docker container. And then last, on the very back end, or the very side here, we have these other Docker containers, and these are our agents. So instead of Mythic having the code for your agents to work with, so whatever it may be, you bring that in as a Docker container, and that Docker container communicates directly with Mythic's C2 framework, right, via the APIs, RabbitMQ, other things like that to send messaging back and forth. But your payload gets built there. So you have the server side, and then that also builds the actual payloads themselves in the web interface. So this allows you to have this portable agent building Docker container. In addition, C2 profiles are separate as well. So the communication HTTP versus maybe DNS, you could bring those or pull those out however you want. So a lot of customizability without having to worry about the Mythic interface and how that GUI works. You're just hooking into the existing network APIs that we kind of have set there. All right, so let's talk about this. The standard Mythic deployment. This is, and again, this is an active project. It's changing all the time. But the way you would typically deploy Mythic is you would SSH into a VM or whatever machine you're going to use to attack from. And we talked about this before this whole class started, this workshop. And we were talking about just the fact that we can't do what real attackers do. So we're going to spin up a VM and some cloud resource to conduct our attack, and that's how this would typically work, right? And once you SSH into your VM that you have set up, you're going to use this Mythic CLI. And what this is it's a Go binary, and it's a wrapper. And I dug through all the code to kind of reverse engineer what is going on here. And it does a couple things, but the big thing it does is replaces Docker Compose to add payloads and to actually deploy Mythic, okay? Now it has some other features besides just general Docker Compose, because Docker Compose is very general to just deploying containers. It can also check for other things. It has some more conditionals, but that's all it does. So you could say, Mythic start, and it will deploy the containers and get things rolling. It uses environment variables to set some of the settings, and it backends to a Docker Compose. So it actually does run a Docker Compose, but adding some other conditional checks and stuff like that. So that's the current use case for using Mythic CLI. Now, the way we're going to do it is a Ansible deployment of that, right? So I'm kind of cutting out the Mythic CLI. And, when you look at it, even when I was doing it, I was just kind of like, aren't they kind of already doing what I'm trying to do? But what I want to do is I kind of want to bring the code a little home as far as the deployment goes, because while Mythic CLI works, and I'm sure you can call Ansible to call Mythic CLI, and that's probably another way to do this, I decided to just break the containers out and deploy them myself and take some ownership of the variables, right? And it's definitely different than it's not that much different, but it does allow you to have all of this more as like one code of deployment, and I can change or do all the little stuff that they were doing in this Go binary in Ansible. It's kind of two different ways to do something, right? I'm not saying my way is the better way per se. It's just having already built all this Ansible to do other things, adding another role that just deploys Mythic seems like not a bad idea, as opposed to running a command on the host for Mythic CLI that may not include a variable that I'd like to add or do some other stuff like that. And I ran into that. There is some hard-coded things that Mythic does inside of its Docker containers that I want to have more customizability over, but they're kind of like, well, you would just only run it like this. And having that ability to customize is what I was looking for. Now, here's an example of a more advanced deployment. And I'm showing you guys this to really talk about the fact that Ansible and this Terraform stuff is not just about deploying one thing. And that's what Mythic CLI is. It's like, hey, you just want to deploy Mythic on this computer, that's great. But what I'm going to be using Ansible for is deploying, and Terraform is deploying more than just one single host, right? I'm going to be using it to deploy a lot of things like redirectors, using Azure CDN and CloudFront, also using configuring Nginx proxies. I might want to put more checks or looks on there. You could do that in the CDN. You could do that in Nginx proxy for IPs, whitelisting, all kinds of other things. A DNS name resolution, so you don't have a port for everything. You know, I hit this interface on port 773 and this one on this because I only have one IP, and every port you can use DNS names to route traffic with a HTTP proxy. It's a great way to reuse port 443. Everyone on the internet does it. Why can't we? In addition, in this more complex view, we could also pull in logging, and that's where I could, you know, pull in some logs from the Mythic API, pull in logs from Cobalt Strike, and you know, with something like Beats, I don't even need to use an API. I could just pull the files directly that are getting saved. There's lots of fun stuff to do there, and deploying all of this, right? You can't do with just one, you know, CLI, you know, Mythic CLI. That's not something I'm going to add. So that's why I went this direction. I would rather build all of it as one piece of code that would build out a full environment, because at the end of the day, Mythic by itself is a great C2, but all the stuff to actually make it not detectable, you're bringing that all in, right? That's all on you. It's just there to support that operation, including the payloads themselves, let alone how you get that traffic there. Just opening up port 80, you know, on 443, that's only half the battle in making this, you know, not detectable and not seem like just another DO instance that's compromised by network. Advanced clients, they got it. They're onto that. You're the third red team that did this, okay? And so having a more advanced deployment is the only way you're going to move past that, as, you know, just being like the other team. So the last thing I'll talk about in this picture is also doing some chat op stuff to do configuration. So anyways, that's more of an advanced deployment and maybe a bigger picture about deploying C2. All right, so let's walk through this. Let me pull up this VM over here. Switching to, okay. All right, so I'm gonna be, I don't have this in the guide, right? But this is gonna be quick. So in the VM that we have running in DigitalOcean, right? We finished this, the last lab 3. This is gonna be, we're gonna do one more in lab 4. So I'm gonna go back to the home folder, and I'm gonna follow the documentation for Mythic. And so this is their recommended setup, which honestly, it's not that bad. All right, so docs.mythic, that's C2. And you can see this is the image that I showed you earlier. And down here in installation, this is how they recommend you install it. So we're do a git clone for this repo. Great. All right, so let's jump into that repo. And then the next thing they recommend you do is you can set these environment variables. There's a bunch of environment variables depending on your setup. But if you don't set them, it will default to what do you call it? The defaults that are in here pretty much, randomly generated password and a bunch of things like that. Then the running Mythic CLI, pretty much you can just run Mythic CLI or Mythic CLI Mythic start. I'm in the right folder here. Let's do a help. All right, yeah, so it should just be Mythic start. All right, cool. So, and we're gonna run this as sudo because it's still running that issue, but it's fine. This is going to go and download all these containers and images. You know, kind of the same thing that we're gonna walk through with Ansible. So I'm going to do the same things it's doing here. I just want to kind of show you that's pretty much the sums up the game of doing the Mythic CLI. Now, when you want to add agents though, when you want to add when you want to add an agent in, you'd use Mythic CLI and you could pass it a GitHub repo, which is pretty cool. I'm probably not going to have my Git repo public, so that does change kind of how operationally I might work that, and I'll need to either SSH keys and some other kinds of things set up to pull that in, right? So unless I'm pulling Apollo, which is public, I'm probably not going to work through that, and I'm going to have my own agents local. You can see it's creating these containers, and the Mythic CLI is really using Docker Compose, which is actually right here. Oops, nope. If I open the right folder here, that's not Impact. It's Mythic, and then there's a Docker Compose. This is the Docker Compose it's using. It's doing some configurations. It's a pretty big Docker Compose. There's a lot of stuff going on there. So you can see it just got done. It's up and running. And these containers are running on the host, good to go. Now, you can also type Mythic stop, and that will stop all the containers. So that's the traditional setup. All right. Let's go back to my slides. Oops. Okay. All right. So what are we going to do? So I kind of showed just the basic Mythic deployment. I didn't show you the web interface yet, but it did run, grabbed those containers and built them with the CLI. But we're going to use Ansible to do that same thing, right? And we'll have those variables in our Ansible. We can do some things that are a little bit different, but for the most part, we are going to end up with the same result, but we can hopefully have a little bit more control over the full flow, right? So one program as opposed to necessarily calling Mythic CLI and then waiting for callbacks, right? So anything that's coming back is interactive, right? We're just assuming we run it and that it's going to work. So in this lab, we're going to deploy the Mythic C2 framework with Ansible. We're going to add the Mythic C2 role. We're going to, again, like I said, deploy Mythic C2 server, and we're also going to quickly create a Windows payload and just kind of show you that it works and everything's running. So let's get at it. Let's go to, all right, cool. All right, so let's do a Docker PS, see what we got here. So do again, favorite friend, I'm just gonna, all right. So there's nothing running on this image. Let's go back over to our actual Vagrant or our Ubuntu VM that's running locally, not the Ubuntu that's running in what do you call it? That's not running in the DigitalOcean. And in here, let's go to lab 4. Get it back out a little bit. All right, so in here, we actually have the completed portion. Now, to build the role, or to build it, it takes a lot. So I'm just gonna walk through these real quick, as opposed to, trying to manually remake all of these files. But I'm gonna walk through the different sections and how this role works. So let's look at this role. All right, so under the Mythic C2, I'm gonna close out some of these other tabs here. We got lots of tabs going on. All right, so lab 4, Mythic C2. All right, so on the side here, we have, I've got Mythic C2, and I've got 2 folders. Again, we talked about other folders you could have, but I have 2. One of them is default, the defaults variables that I want to use. And this is where I'm going to be this is where I'm adding all of the variables that Mythic does in environment variables, right? And we're going to add those to the Docker container, similar to how it's done. We can set the folder. We can also set the version we want to use. We're going to be using master, because I'm going to git pull it and decide what version I want. I can also set host-based networking here. So what I could do is I could, this is going to be set to localhost, but you can use, if you wanted to, you could change this to use the Docker network itself, as opposed to exposing some of these things. For example, Postgres doesn't need to be exposed to the internet, even though it's on localhost, right? It port forwards that port open. If you don't have a firewall in place, you might just be exposing your Postgres. Some of the other things in here, not everything is exposed, but the Mythic agents themselves do need to be exposed, and those would be a separate container. And those use the host networking. I used a similar setup to how they did this, and the setup was using host networking for most of it. So, all right. So these are the configurations. We don't need to change anything here to get this all to work. It did, like I said, these are defaults, and they should work as they are. Over on task, we have all the tasks that we're going to do. And let's look at the first one, which is main.yaml. And so I'm going to go through 2 different things: install C2, or 3 different things: install C2 profiles and payloads. So the install YAML is going to pretty much install all the stuff we do. So first, we're going to git clone the repo. Then we're going to deploy the documentation, the GraphQL, the Nginx, RabbitMQ, React, Redis, Postgres, and then the actual kind of Mythic container. Even though all of these containers are kind of required, minus possibly documentation to make this all work. But if we look at the documentation task, first thing we'll do is we'll make a directory for documentation. We will build the Docker image from source. So I'll pull down from the repo. We could change things if we wanted in here. We don't need to. We'll build that right here. So Ansible can build Docker containers. I don't need to necessarily run Docker build. It's right here. This is part of Ansible. I'm going to copy over some files that Mythic server is going to use, and then I'm going to deploy that Docker container. So this will allow me to put my persistent volumes, name it. I'm using some of the logging options with the headset in there, which are saying that gets into when you get a lot of logging, you can fill up your file system. And I'm setting the Docker network I want to use, so on and so forth. That is an example of documentation. We can talk through another one. They're pretty much all start following the same thing. We're making directory. This is GraphQL. Doing the pulling the Docker, or getting the Docker file from the Git repo, copying files, and then deploying the container. You can see I pull in some environment variables. These environment variables get set to variables. These variables are ones in Ansible that were set in the default. And this is also some of the defaults are fine, but the last piece of that is the in the inventory.yaml, we added a little section down in here for some other things that we would probably want to change every time, right? They're probably not great as defaults. The compose project name, what we want the operation name to be, these kind of things. The big ones are the secrets here, and then obviously your Mythic password to log into the interface. Now, to make this work, and this is something that their Docker CLI does, is it generates SSL certs. They're self-signed certs. I mean, that's not a big deal, but instead I'm going to use another role right here that will do the same thing, or I could pull in certs, real certs for a domain that I have. There's all different types of ways to do it. So the two roles we're going to be calling are this right here and the Mythic CLI. So we'll install SSL certs and then the Mythic CLI C2 Docker role. Feel free when you guys have time to look at, if you're interested, excuse me, and looking at how the tasks work, but it's a lot of the same thing over and over again. Eventually we get to the last two pieces, which is the agent itself. We're going to use Apollo, which is just a testing agent for Mythic. It's not meant to be OPSEC, but it has a ton of features built into it. It's a .NET payload. It's a good way to just learn how Mythic works, how the payload's structured, and to kind of use Mythic. The big things that when you're building agents is that you can see they communicate to the WebSocket, the Mythic address, using APIs and RabbitMQ to communicate back and forth. And that's how they send things, like connections coming in to talk back to the C2, so you can interface with those and develop or deploying payloads, creating payloads, other stuff like that. So, all right, let's deploy this real quick. So I'm in the lab 4 and I'm in the completed folder. I know that this is all the same for me. I am going to use this so we can quickly make this deployment. I'm just going to change from lab 3. I'm going to grab the, or not lab 3, excuse me, lab 2. I'm going to grab just the IP address and the host name that I had set in here and put that in that completed so we can execute this. So under lab 4, we'll go down to inventory, and I'm going to change this right here. And that should be all I need to change. All right, so again, this is going to add 2 more things to our current host. It's going to add this SSL, so it's going to make some SSL certs, and Mythic's going to use those, and it's going to install all of the stuff for Mythic. So I'll go to the lab 4 folder, going into completed here, and I should be able to run Docker Ansible playbook, bash playbook deploy. Uh-oh, we got another error. So this is because we're using a SSL library. If you look in the documentation for this, there is a oh geez, where's it at? There is a collection we need to install, and that is crypto. So we'll install that, and so that way we can actually deploy the SSL certs that it's going to need. Oh, yeah, and we got to install the role too. Oh, look, my own documentation there coming in there. So we'll install the role and the collection. There we go. Here we go. Doing it live, guys. We're doing it live. All right. So that's going to go ahead and configure the OS. And actually, I'm gonna stop this and show you quick pro tip. If you want to make stuff go faster in Ansible, instead of checking all this stuff, which we know is good, we can use the command or control on Windows and the /, and it will comment out all of this section. So now we're just not going to do that stuff. We're just going to do these last two pieces. And that will speed up our deployment significantly. So now instead of worrying about users, which I already know are there and all the other stuff, let's just get to the new stuff. Sweet. All right, so that's going. It's going to take just a couple or like a minute or two. And when it does get done, we should be able to go to the public interface, which in this case is right here. And oops, I don't need a new file. One new tab. All right. So this should be working on, what's it, 7443. And it's not up yet. It's still going. I think it's still going. Don't fail me now. All right, cool. So we need HTTPS in there. Cool. All right, almost there. So if you could see, it's doing all its checks. It's just got Nginx. That's why we just got able to see that 504. Doing Postgres. It's got Redis. And now we're doing the Mythic server itself, which is pretty much, it's not technically all of these things need to be working together though for this to load. Postgres, the Mythic server, all that fun stuff. And then we're also installing these HTTP profile and Apollo. All right, cool. So Mythic is up. It's almost done here. Apollo is just getting installed and it'll run its container. Now to log into this, we're going to use the credentials that we had set for this. It's the wrong window, sorry guys. Down in the inventory, we set the credentials right here. So it's just mythic_admin, mythic_password. I don't recommend leaving it default like that. I would definitely change it. I've took some steps here by firewalling it off, but all right. So log into Mythic. Should be good to go. We got the web interface. I'm gonna check, make sure all of our containers are up. It's still building Apollo. It's kind of a big image. As soon as that starts up, we will we'll make our first agent. So to do that, create payload is probably not going to be showing up here yet. Because it's still downloading. And the Apollo agent is, like I said, .NET. Let me pull up the agents for you guys. All right, so there's a bunch of agents already out there. Merlin's already has one. There is Atlas is a really simple one if you want to build your own. That's definitely one to play around with if you want to build your own payload for Windows. All right, so now this container's up. Let me double check down here. Yeah, cool. We're done, changed, installed. We've already actually added payloads, syncing the database payload files. And let me refresh here. All right, so now we have the ability to add a Windows payload. That container's up. We're going to use Apollo. This domain part, so we're going to, so first, two things. Under oh geez, C2 profiles, right? We have this HTTP, which is something that I installed already. And if you look under configure, it's defaulted to show this service header, all this other fun stuff, but it's on port 80. SSL is not turned on. So we're going to use port 80 for this payload. So let's create our payload. We'll select the target operating system. We're going to use Apollo. And what we're going to say is HTTP, since we don't have any auth, or excuse me, SSL. We'll put the IP address. That should be good. And we'll set a kill date. I'll put it into the future here. Is that to the future? No, let's do it in the future here. All right, you can set other settings in here, proxy aware. This is all part of the agent when you build this. So these are features you're adding into the agent. For this payload, we'll go next. Payload type, Apollo. And I'm going to just go ahead and make it a 4.0 when execute target x86. Just going to make this apollo.exe. Now, this is the interesting part about, this is also another interesting part about Mythic is that you can select what commands or like what functions you want to make inside of this payload. And, you know, when you make your own agent, you can do the same thing. You can add features that you want or, you know, commands that you want to, you know, be compiled in there. And not only that, but if you don't select the agent, or excuse me, if you don't select the exit, well, you can't even exit the beacon because it won't add that feature or the you know the communication. And so you need to add that. You could just add execute assembly and exit if you want by using the shift key and then create that. And this payload would only have those features. I'm going to go ahead and add all of this just for fun. And this is kind of a fully featured payload. I'll press create here, and it's going to create this in the background. Now, it doesn't take too long to make it, but when it's done, it will show you up here. You can also see under the payload development or the payload operational view, I think, payload management page. There it is. So you can open that page up in a separate window. And we don't have any yet. It'll only take a minute. Maybe it's all those features that's making it take longer. Oh, look, build status. There we go. All right, so payload's ready. We can download the payload right here. And I'm gonna do something that we're gonna need to turn off Defender and all of that stuff because this is probably not, or this is not OPSEC friendly at all. So just gonna make sure that virus protection, real-time protections off, you know. All right, so now I've turned off the shields for this demonstration payload, right? Go to downloads. Looks like it caught me before I even, or did Chrome? Oh yeah, or what is it? Edge is letting me know that this could be malicious. It definitely could harm my device. I'm gonna go ahead and keep it anyways because it kind of destroys the fun here. You see the Apollo agent here. I'm gonna double click it and execute smart screen. Cool, so run anyways. We need this. Now, if we go back over to, we see we got a callback from Vagrant. And if we go to our active callbacks, you can see there it is. And now we can start interacting with it. So I'm just gonna do current working directory. And it says processing. I think the default's like 15 seconds. And should get back the directory it ran out of. Come on. Is that a Defender caught it? I'm not sure. Thought I turned it all off, so. Yeah, so that's Mythic. That's kind of setting up a quick payload and callbacks using Ansible to deploy it. Not sure why it's not calling back yet. It might be set to a minute here. Oh, there it is. So it did finally call back there. So print working directory, and I could run all the other commands in here. If you type help, you can see it does tab completion too. So all the commands that have H in it. Pretty cool stuff. You could redeploy this, change the settings that we had made in here. So under the inventory, I could change the name, and it would change inside the Docker containers and all the other fun stuff. So yeah, that is all I had to show you for that. All the labs, or the lab has that section is deploying the payload and playing around with it. And that's the end of lab 4. All right. All right, so that's the end of lab 4, and we've pretty much made it to the end of my training for everyone who has made it this far. So what's next? I have a class that I'm going to be coming out with soon, and it's going to be a full 16-hour class, and we're going to go even deeper than what we've already done. We're going to do some more advanced Terraform usage, advanced Ansible usage. We're also going to combine Ansible and Terraform. I know that that came up in some conversation I heard on Discord. Oh yeah, what about adding the inventory file? I wanted to show that in this, and I didn't hold back on purpose, or I didn't hold back because I didn't want you to know. I held back because I just didn't want to make it any more complex than we had already kind of got into. But yeah, we'll talk about doing that. We'll talk about more clouds too. AWS, Azure, that stuff is more complex than setting up DigitalOcean. And I really wanted to keep it simple for you guys so you could hopefully like have some fun with it and see it working. We're also going to do a building pipeline, so payloads, automating some of that in GitHub and Azure. And then last but not least, the labs. I'm going to have even more labs, deploying Elastic EDR, auto testing of payloads, a bunch of stuff like that, full C2 deployments. So that's kind of the hackerops class that I got coming, and I really appreciate everybody staying all the way through 4 hours of hearing me rant and stand up here about Terraform and Ansible and all these other DevOps stuff. And yeah, I really appreciate it, guys.
All right, Ralph. Whew, you did it.
Nice.
Did it. All right.
Did it.
So, a couple of things that is my mic working?
Yeah,
Your mic's
you're there.
All right, cool.
Good job, Ralph.
A couple things that could help us here at the end is if there was something that you wished Ralph covered, or there was something that was maybe like a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that, that could help him with fleshing out what the rest of the class would be like. So that way he can get the rest. But thank you for being here today. Ralph, do you have any, we'll take some questions. You already did your final thoughts, but we'll do that before we go too. Did anyone see any questions throughout that we needed to cover today? Carl asked if we're going to be at Black Hat. No, we're not officially going to be at Black Hat or DEF CON this year, but we are preparing for Walrus Hackin Fest, which will be at the end of September. So you'll see all of us at Walrus Hackin Fest. So that's where we'll be.
Almost.
I won't be there this time.
What? You won't? Oh God, I'm already set.
I know. Someone asked when the hackerops course is coming out. So Ralph, how long did it take you to develop this 4 hours?
Yeah, right. So it's
4 hours.
It takes a lot of time to develop just the content that you saw today. But I'm driving up the momentum off of this, and so yeah, I'm looking for later this year for sure. It'll be there. So.
Bo, do you have any questions?
No questions.
All right. Someone asked, how much will the hackerops class cost? Most likely it will be similar to like Bo's breaching the cloud course, or.
Yep.
So we do the best we can to keep training affordable. That's one of the things that's core to who we are, and so we like the 4 days, 4 hour methodology because, for the most part, like it's not overwhelming, and so you can get into it and then Bo, in your class, you have like the after hours for some of your labs and stuff that you do.
Yeah, I do it kind of similar to what Ralph did. Basically just go through the labs live, and then I stick around for a couple hours after and before to basically have like office hours when people have problems where labs break and whatnot.
Ralph, how long are these labs and notes and things going to be live? People are asking that.
Yeah, that's a good question. So at least the next couple months, I won't be taking this down or removing it. It's going to be online. And in fact, it might even get some more edits if I find any more errors and stuff in there. So don't be surprised about that. And then eventually I'm going to archive it here as a HTML, and we'll put it in Discord. So you can just download it as a zip file.
Sweet. Yeah, so thank you to the over 700 people that stayed here towards the end. And I think that's it. Ralph, you got any
That was
final?
enough. That was a lot.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
But I could tell there was a couple parts where you're like, oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. No, I mean I really, like I said, I appreciate everyone coming out and listen to me rant about this stuff. I really enjoy doing it and putting it on, and yeah, so I hope you guys did too. But that's it.
All right.
Yeah, you did great.
Thank you all for, yeah, absolutely. I'll send you a message afterwards and like, great job, Ralph. But I'm just telling you now. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today on this Black Hills Information Security Workshop. It was 4 hours long. We do these from time to time. Next week, we have Kelly Taralla and John Strand, who are releasing this new thing from Audit Scripts, which John thinks will break the internet. So we'll see. Every time we've ever talked about this one aspect during our webcast, we DDoS their site. We call it the DDoS of love, or the hug of death, whatever we want to call it at the time. And so since we've hug of death them so many times, we thought, hey, let's bring them on and show the new version that's coming up. So if you take a look at the upcoming schedule, you'll see some of the upcoming things that are coming up. And that's it for today. If you ever need a pen test, red team, threat hunt, active SOC, anything like that, you know where to find us. And with that, we'll see you all later. All right, I'm gonna end the webinar for all.
Oh no.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.